Fox Sports.
We are Baltimore. We are Wisconsin.
It is a rainy Monday here in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. We're at PNC Park. The rain has gone away for now, though. We're looking good for baseball tonight. The Brew Crew and the surging Pittsburgh Pirates. It is also draft day in Major League Baseball. And the 5th overall pick 10 years ago, Ryan Braun. He's back in the lineup tonight trying to get that bat going here in Pittsburgh. And everybody, we welcome you from PNC Park. Great to have you with us tonight alongside my best friend, Bill Schroeder, his best friend day, by the way. I'm Brian Anderson. We'll hear from our other best friend, Sophia Minard, in just a little bit. And the Brewers trying to get things going here in Pittsburgh, and they're going to give the ball to Jimmy Nelson. And getting things going has been a challenge for him this year.
Yeah, in general, he's had a pretty good season, but once in a while in the first inning, that's kind of been a trouble spot for him. And the way the Brewers have been swinging the bats hot and cold this year, that could cost you a game. You go 5 runs in the first inning against the Cardinals. Actually, the first 6 reached on Jimmy. Then he was able to settle down. What he needs to do is go back to the mentality that he had in his first start against these Pittsburgh Pirates. That big curveball, he dominated the Pirates, picking up a win. He's making his 3rd start against the Pirates here tonight.
Well, one day leads to the next. Keep in mind, tomorrow Taylor Youngman is going to make his Major League debut for the Brewers. You don't know how that's going to go. It's always a crapshoot with a Major League debut. Jimmy Nelson hoping to go deep into this game and hoping to be more like the second inning on in the first inning tonight. The former Pirate, Aramis Ramirez, Brewers Buccos, division rivals. Lineups and first pitch coming up next from PNC Park. Just about ready for baseball tonight in Pittsburgh, PA. Beautiful PNC Park. Brewers baseball on Fox Sports Wisconsin, presented by Potawatomi Hotel and Casino. Book your stay now. Now the weather has hurt the crowd a little bit here tonight. They've been drawing well. Right now we're in great shape on the banks of the Allegheny. 72 degrees. We're going to be dodging storms all night long, perhaps, and supposed to be just fine for the next 2 days. So starts a 3-game series tonight, the Brewers and the Pirates. The Brewers are currently 3-3 on this long road trip. Craig Counsell managing for the first time here in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, coming in at 13-19, taking over for Ron Renicky. This is the 3rd series of the year against the Pirates. Brewers have not had a whole lot of success against Pittsburgh this season. They've lost 5 out of 6. Here's the Potawatomi batting order. Gene Segura's in there with a 10-game hitting streak. You got Gomez, Lucroy, and Braun at the top. Lind, Ramirez, and Parra. Segura followed by the pitcher, Jimmy Nelson. And then Luis Sardinas rounding it out. Sardinas getting a start at second base and batting 9th in this National League lineup. Now the Pirates are coming off an 11-day road trip. They played 10 games, Rock. They went 7-3. They are 5-1 in the month of June and winners of 6 of their last 8. So they are a surging ball club, and that guy right there, along with Garrett Cole, are leading the charge on the mound for the Buccos.
Yeah, and the rest of that Pittsburgh Pirates starting rotation is second best starting rotation in the National League, actually 3rd best in all of baseball when you talk about earned run average. But A.J. Burnett, coming off a horrific season last year as a member of the Phillies, led the National League in losses with 18, but look at what he's been able to do so far this year. 6-1. He's won 6 straight. And in that 6-game winning streak, he's got a 150 earned run average.
38 years of age, A.J. Burnett. He loved pitching here the first time around and decided he'd come back. And don't know if this will be his final year. You see, he's in great shape, though. He's kept himself in great condition to be a starting pitcher. The Menards Pirates defense. No Andrew McCutchen tonight, Rob.
Yeah, he's a little bit banged up. He's got a sore knee that kind of gave him some troubles in yesterday's ball game in Atlanta. So the Brewers are not going to be too worried about not having to deal with him today. But when you talk about defense, you're talking about a lot of speed in that outfield, particularly Polanco and Marte in left and right. The 12th best, or I should say one of the worst defenses in the National League, but still they're playing well. And they lead the National League in all of baseball in double plays with 66 so far this year.
All right, we're ready for baseball tonight. Umpires are in place. All the positions in place as well for the Pirates. Manny Gonzalez, Paul Schreiber, Fieldon Colbreth, and Jim Reynolds will be our umpiring crew tonight. The crew chief for this game will be the second base umpire, Fieldon Colbreth. Pittsburgh coming in with a record of 31-25. They are 6.5 back of the St. Louis Cardinals in the National League Central. The Brewers with a record of 20-37. Carlos Gomez will lead off once again, coming off a great series against the Twins. He's been a good hitter, up over 300 against the Pirates this year. He swings at the first pitch, and this will be Jordy Mercer to make the play, and that's how the evening begins for A.J. Burnett.
You're going to see a lot of fastballs from A.J. Burnett. He's got 2 different fastballs. 2-seamer that has a lot of movement. He'll cut it a little bit. Curveball and a changeup. Gets a lot of ground ball outs. He's only allowed 3 home runs.
Burnett, he'll work fast. Still has great stuff. Doesn't have the 95+ mile-an-hour fastball that he did at one time when he was with the Marlins and then the Blue Jays, but he knows how to pitch. Uses a lot of deception, has still good velocity, good enough velocity, and has all of those years in the big leagues to draw on. 18 seasons in the major leagues. He deals strike 1 to Jonathan Lucroy. Lucroy coming in with a batting average of .222. That's actually up. He was really struggling when he got injured. He missed 38 games with that broken toe on his left foot. He came back and resumed activities to begin this road trip last Monday in St. Louis, and he's really swung the bat well since returning to the active roster.
Yeah, it took him a couple of days to get things going, but he's got that good right field stroke. Patient at the plate. And when Lucroy's going well, he's line to line. I mean, no way, one way to pitch him, no one way to defend him. And that creates a lot of holes for Lucroy. Uses right field extremely well. He actually hit a home run in Minnesota. Hit it deep into left center. His first home run of the season. Brewers need to get him or have him stay hot. Brewers need to start swinging the bats more consistently.
Shut out last night, Milwaukee. There's a call at strike 3. Burnett burns off the edge. Lucroy knew it. 2 up and 2 down here in the first inning, and Lucroy is the first strikeout victim for Burnett.
Now here's that 4-seam fastball. It's got a little bit of a cut to it. And that one right on the outside corner. Everybody knew that was a strike. He's also got that 2-seamer that moves almost like a wiffle ball, if you will. Has a lot of movement on it.
He is a very efficient pitcher these days. Keeps his pitch count low, gets a lot of ground balls. Facing Ryan Braun with 2 away. Now Braun on this current road trip is 4 for 16. He missed 2 games on this road trip, returning to Los Angeles for an injection in his thumb, a cryotherapy injection to freeze that nerve. Braun continues to set the pace for the Brewers offensively. He is their best home run hitter, their best run producer. He's currently 6th in the National League in homers with 13. He's 5th in the National League in RBIs with 39.
Man, he's hit A.J. Burnett pretty well in his career, over 350.
Yeah, 6 for 17 in his career, and that ball's hit hard into left center. On the run, Polanco cannot get there. That goes to the wall, to the deepest part of the ballpark, and Ryan Braun with a 2-out double. His success against Burnett continues in his first at bat.
Yeah, add another one, and Ryan Braun, you can see that thumb is feeling pretty good right now. Numbs that nerve. He doesn't have any feeling in that area, so swinging the bat with authority. That was a mistake. It was supposed to be away, ended up middle in, and Ryan Braun lines it over the head of Polanco in left, which is no small task. He's got great speed. Ball just carried right over his head.
So Braun at second for Adam Lind. Brewers would love to get on the board early here tonight. Let Jimmy Nelson settle into his start. We mentioned his first inning troubles, something that Nelson knows he has to attend to. Actually talked to the manager Craig Counsell about, and is hopeful to take that into the first inning here today in Pittsburgh. Adam Lind swinging a bouncer foul. A couple of former Blue Jays matching up here, Lind and A.J. Burnett.
Adam had a pretty good series in Minneapolis, swinging the bat well.
Oh, and 2 the count. And Lind just reaches out, little pop up, foul territory. Gung is there to make the catch, and the Brewers come up empty in the first. Braun with a double. He's stranded at second, and now the Pirates coming up. Sports Wisconsin is brought to you by Menards. Save big money at Menards on all your home improvement needs. By Toyota. See where Toyota takes you. Test drive one at your Toyota dealers. Toyota, let's go places. And by Miller Lite, the original light Pilsner. Cheers. It's Miller time. There is Clint Hurdle, the skipper of the Pittsburgh Pirates, now in his 5th season. And has had a couple of playoff teams the last few years. Gregory Polanco leads off for him. Josh Harrison to follow, then Neil Walker. Middle of the order is Marte, Alvarez, and Gung. Cervelli, Mercer, and A.J. Burnett round out the Potawatomi Pittsburgh batting order. And it'll be Gregory Polanco to lead off. Jimmy Nelson on the mound today for Milwaukee, and he is hoping to be on the attack from the first pitch. He had a rough first inning against St. Louis.
I hope he's not thinking about that. I mean, just go out there, pitch your game, and he's hoping to pitch like he did at Miller Park. First start of the year against the Pirates, 7 shutout innings, making his 3rd start against the Pirates already this year.
Pirates without Andrew McCutchen, as Rock mentioned, has a little bit of a knee injury. Nothing serious, they don't think, but they're taking the opportunity today to give him off, especially with a wet outfield track. It's been raining a good part of the day here in Pittsburgh. The 0-2 is in the dirt. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Jimmy Nelson had a fantastic start against the Pirates, his first start of the year. It was the only win the Brewers have on the Pirates this year as a little bit of rain starts to fall here.
Get used to that tonight.
Yeah. Good idea bringing the ponchos.
Yeah.
1-2 pitch and a little half swing. He went. A strikeout for Nelson. Boy, a lot of movement on that sinking fastball.
Well, let's check out the Menards Brewers defense for tonight, as everybody's starting to protect themselves from the rain here in Pittsburgh. Parra, Gomez, and Braun in the outfield. Ramirez, Segura, Sardinhas, and Lind from 3rd to 1st. Lucroy behind home plate. It was Maldonado who got a start last night, or I should say yesterday in Minneapolis. Lucroy was the designated hitter.
Brewers taking 2 out of 3 from the Twins. They were shut out yesterday. 2-0 Minnesota win. Here is Josh Harrison, an all-star last year, signed a multi-year contract, and it has been a struggle for him this season. Harrison figured to be the everyday third baseman for a while, but he's started to fall back into that utility territory. He's playing right field tonight, and his bat has struggled this season, maybe trying to live up to that big contract.
Impress him a little bit. You know, Harrison was the leadoff hitter early in the season. This Pirates lineup looks much different right now than it did early in the season. Same guys, but in different spots in the batting order.
Harrison, a swing and a miss. Lucroy will have to secure it at first. He does, and back-to-back Ks for Jimmy Nelson. That's a good way to start it.
Yeah, I mentioned that Nelson allowed the first 6 to reach in his last start against the Cardinals, and the Cardinals able to put up 5 runs on him in the first, and then was able to settle down. There's a slider. And Josh Harrison has had a difficult time against Jimmy Nelson.
Harrison now 1 for 7 in his career with 4 strikeouts against Nelson. 2 outs for Neil Walker. A lot of first inning sliders from Jimmy Nelson today. Maybe, I don't know if you're sensing this as well, but it feels like he is almost in closer mode right now in the first inning.
Yeah, I think he's maybe thinking about it a little bit too much. You hope that that's not the case, but you want to empty the tank, so to speak, in the first inning. A good fastball. You remember that first start against the Pirates at Miller Park? He surprised everybody with that curveball. Maybe they're thinking about that pitch early on. He's going with the slider more than the curve. in this first inning.
He's trying to strike out the side here in the first. He's got Walker in a hole. 1 ball, 2 strikes. And a fastball by him. He fouls it away.
95. I think you're right. He's getting it up there.
There's no easing into this game today for Jimmy Nelson. Just a light rain falling. Brewers fail to score in the top of the first. Nelson here in the bottom half, and Walker lays off that breaking ball. Good block back there by Lucroy, just in case he swung at it.
Always have to block 2 strike pitches. 3 balls or 2 strikes. You always have to keep them in front of you with nobody on base.
Brewers go from one power hitting second baseman to another here in Pittsburgh. From Brian Dozier of the Twins to Neil Walker of the Pirates. No second baseman hit more homers in the big leagues in the last 3 seasons, counting this season, than Neil Walker. That's perfect execution of a poncho right there.
Did you bring yours?
I did not.
I've got an umbrella for you.
Nah, I'm just going to tough it out. I'm going to tough it out tonight. Slow roller, Lind to Nelson, and that's the start he was looking for. Nelson on the attack early. 3 up, 3 down with a couple of Ks, and the Poncho Monsters are out. Colbrith, second base umpire, and Jim Reynolds coming in there as well. And that was between innings. The tarp has continued to remain rolled up, and we play on here with a light rain falling. Ramirez on the first pitch flies to center field for the first out. Nice running catch by Starling Marte.
Can you read lips? I think it was called, he was saying intermittent showers.
Is that what he said?
It's going to be off and on like this all day or all night. I think that's what he said.
It's pretty impressive you can read lips from all the way up here.
Can't even tell they have lips from up here.
I had a good chat with Manny earlier today. He's a very positive man. And he's been right on the money. It was pouring. I mean, coming down in buckets at about 4 o'clock today. And I saw him in the hallway down below, and he said, you know, not only are we going to play tonight, we're going to have batting practice here in about 30 minutes.
Yep, and they did.
And they did. He said the most rain is coming after 10 p.m. It's going to be spotty until then.
So you're going to need that umbrella when we walk back.
And now, like I said, I'm just going to tough it out. Just Gene Autry, who's from here, you know.
Nobody believes that.
We're going to be singing in the rain all the way back to the hotel.
I've got one for you. After all, it is Best Friends Day.
It's National Best Friends Day. Yes, he's got his best friend with him. That's all he need right there. 16-ounce best buddy.
Oh, yeah.
Gerardo Parra takes one down and in.
Now, that's not going to help too much.
No. What is your recommended fan attire in the rain? Because for me, the poncho is,
Right
it
there.
serves so many purposes.
They sell them here at the ballpark. You know, you get the Pirate logo on it.
How about the magazine?
That's not going to work. If it was me, I'd head for shelter up in the concourse.
That's no fun. That's the veterans right there. They've got it figured out.
Got to be careful with the umbrella, though.
Yeah, those are frowned upon in a big crowd of people. Here's a 2-2, and Parra off the knuckles fouls it away.
It's kind of fun talking about the rain. We don't have to deal with that at Miller Park. Matter of fact, we haven't had to deal with rain for quite some time.
As I recall, the last time the Brewers had any rain to worry about was last year in Philadelphia. It was one of the first, maybe the first road trip of the year. As Burnett strikes out, Parra hit the back door with a breaking ball, and Parra is gone. The second strikeout for A.J. Burnett.
Yeah, that curveball that we were talking about, he can locate it both sides of the plate.
Gene Segura's got a hitting streak going right now. He continues to reach. This streak started the game he was injured, and since he's come back, he's hit 9 in a row. So overall, it's a 10-game streak. And Segura going along well. He's got his average up to 289 overall. Has hit 3 homers, 15 runs batted in for Segura. 7 for 23 with one of those home runs against the Pirates this season. And a little tapper, going to be a tough play. Mercer coming in. He throws. Segura is safe. Whoa. A little deep call there by Paul Schreiber. That was an out safe call.
Yeah, he was looking like he was going to ring him up and then change his mind. You got to believe this is going to be looked at.
That's like, you know, breakfast and lunch.
Yeah.
Brunch.
The ring up, nope, safe. Well, Clint Hurley's going to ask for a review. This is how Segura extended his hitting streak yesterday with a swinging bunt at target field.
Oh. Schreiber was ready to.
Does he touch first base?
Let's see. Oh, no, he doesn't.
No, he never does touch first base, so he's going to be out. That's going to be an easy call.
So that shouldn't take long.
Never touch the bag. You should take about 10 seconds.
Paul Schreiber, the calling umpire. The crew chief is Field Cobrith, and Segura will be headed out, I would imagine, shortly.
Taking longer than 10 seconds.
Yeah, this should be easy. I love Schreiber's call, though. It's like he changed his mind right in the middle of the.
Yeah, he was right the first time.
Play. Watch his right hand.
Never touches first base.
All right, he's going with the ring up right here. He says, "All right, he's out. Wait,
yep.
See."
I'm not sure what's taking so long.
They're showing replays on the video wall, and it's plain for everybody to see that the call is going to be overturned. And the inning is going to end. A.J. Burnett's not even bothering to throw any pitches to stay loose. Here's the call. He is out. The Pirates' challenge is successful, and A.J. Burnett with a 1-2-3 inning. Segura is retired on a 6-3 putout.
in Pittsburgh. And Brewers fans, tonight and tomorrow only, Fox Sports Wisconsin has taken over the Brewers ticket office to give you a great deal on Brewers tickets. When you purchase a regular price ticket to this Thursday's game against the Nationals, you can receive a second ticket of equal value courtesy of Fox Sports Wisconsin. This offer is only available online, so visit brewers.com/takeover and enter the promo code FSWI. You can log on now and order your tickets tonight.
All right, Sophia, thanks. Good program. Rain has subsided for the moment. And as usual here in Pittsburgh, got a good gathering of Brewers fans. Some driving, some flying here. Talked to a number of them earlier today. Pirates have Starling Marte in the cleanup spot tonight. And he leads off this second inning. Jimmy Nelson was impressive in the first. 2 strikeouts, went 1-2-3. He's got Marte, Alvarez, and Jung Ho Kang to start it.
Man, this guy's figured it out, and the Pirates have been waiting for him to do that. Leads the team in home runs and RBIs.
And his RBIs are good enough for 5th in the National League. He's tied with Ryan Braun with 39. The RBI leader in the National League is Giancarlo Stanton with 47. He and Paul Goldschmidt have 47.
A good movement on that fastball for Jimmy Nelson tonight. Boy, that 2-seam fastball going down and in to these right-handed hitters. And they have beat a number of pitchers already tonight. Into the ground, off the feet.
This is Jimmy Nelson's kind of weather here. Even though he's got a good lather going, he's already sweated through that jersey. He likes it hot. He played his college ball at Alabama. He's from the South.
I've told you many times, big guys sweat.
Yes, they do. There's a couple of big guys I know of right now that are sweating.
Yeah.
One on the field and one way up here. He's a big man, 6'6". Jimmy Nelson. 2 big right-handers going today. Shattered bat. Yikes. Right off the knuckles.
That baseball moving a lot. More than he normally has. I mean, more movement than Jimmy normally gets. He's being very aggressive in the strike zone. Not messing around.
2-2 to Marte. Nelson with a couple of Ks in the first. He got Polanco and Josh Harrison. Ready for a 2-2. And another knuckle buster. Fouled out of play. 96 miles an hour from Nelson. Clint Hurdle done a great job here in Pittsburgh. His 13th year as a major league manager. Actually took the Rockies to a World Series. And he has a couple of postseason appearances with the Pirates. Rolls over one. Segura coming in. Got to hurry. The throw is out in time for the out. I'm a little gun shy now with Paul Schreiber. I got to wait till he makes a call.
Nothing wrong with waiting. Well, you have to wait anyway up here.
He thought about it for a minute.
That's a nice play by Segura. You saw Jordy Mercer make a nice play on Segura. Top of this inning, you got to believe that grass is going to get wetter and wetter as the game goes on. That play is going to be more difficult as that baseball starts to get wet as it rolls through the infield.
See, Segura has that right pinky finger taped up. That's the finger he fractured, and it's connected to his ring finger. But it hasn't affected his throwing, and that's a beautiful play to start the inning. 2 Ks, 2 groundouts for Jimmy Nelson. Here's Pedro Alvarez. Swings at the first one. A high pop-up out to Braun and right. 2 outs. 2 gone in the bottom of the second. Let's check in with Sophia. She's got more on Jimmy Nelson.
Yeah, after he gave up 5 runs in the first inning in his last start against St. Louis, Nelson knew he needed some adjustments to make to avoid that big inning right away. So he told me he was going to try to do a little more work in the weight room today, or also in his pregame bullpen, just to do a mock first inning. He said anything to stimulate that game situation. He said he's done a good job of handling the adrenaline and the nerves, but he said right now it's just about executing quality pitches right away.
Sometimes pitchers have a difficult time getting going in a game, and when you're facing good major league hitters, sometimes that's all it takes for you to lose a ball game. And that's what happened to him in St. Louis. It's not the first guy that's had trouble in the first inning. But to his credit, after that first inning, it was dreadful. First 6 reached, gave up 5 runs, but then he was able to settle down.
Jung Ho Kang at the plate for the Pirates. He has been a big surprise for Pittsburgh this year. He was a star big home run hitter in Korea. Played in the KBL, the Korean Baseball League. Most weren't sure how that would translate to Major League Baseball. It's hard to say the KBL is a AA level caliber talent or high single A or triple A. But the one thing they knew, though, it's a major league environment over there. Big crowds, loud crowds. They love baseball. There's a lot of pressure on the players, and he has succeeded in that environment, and they figured he'd succeed here in Pittsburgh, and he has been a big story for him.
Yeah, one of the biggest adjustments these guys have coming over from the Pacific Rim is the number of games that they play in the big leagues. A lot more than they play back at home.
Spelling of his last name is K-A-N-G, but it's pronounced Gung. Nelson using the power fastball early. The 2-2 back inside, 96 miles an hour.
This is good pitcher's weather. Humid, not overly hot, at least it isn't up here. But get a good grip on a baseball when you have a little bit of humidity in the air.
3-2, another jam shot. Ball's really running in off the plate. Gung getting the start at third base today. He's also played some shortstop. That's his natural position. It's where he played in Korea. There's a swing and a miss. Another power fastball from Jimmy Nelson. He's got it dialed up early. 6 up, 6 down, 3 strikeouts. On a cloudy, rainy Monday night, top of the third, Nelson and A.J. Burnett hooked up in a good one early here. Carsoup.com trivia question tonight. Who was the first player selected in Milwaukee Brewers franchise history? Good question. It's draft day in the major leagues. Jimmy Nelson, who leads off here, batting in the 8th position, leads off this third inning. He was a second rounder in 2010. Draft is underway. Brewers are expected to make their selection, the 15th pick, a little after 8 o'clock, 8:20 or so. Eastern time, 7:20 in Milwaukee. First 3 picks have been shortstops. First time ever in the Major League Baseball draft. Dansby Swanson out of Vanderbilt went as the 1-1. The first round first pick by the Arizona Diamondbacks. There's a strike on the corner. A.J. Burnett wasting no time with Jimmy Nelson, and he's got his 3rd strikeout.
And that's what J.J. Burnett does so well. I mean, he manages his pitch count extremely well. He's got a strikeout to walk ratio almost 3-1. And big strikeout numbers. A lot of his strikeouts are looking, and all 3 of them tonight.
One away. Here is Luis Sardinas. Takes a strike.
Even the Parrots got a raincoat on.
That's a pretty nice touch. It does rain a lot here. Actually rained more here last year than it did in Seattle, according to local sources who did not want to be named. So it makes sense the Parrot would have some kind of a tire, but he's funny. He does a great job. How about that, Rock? What do you got on the draft? The first 3 picks, teams took shortstops. The Diamondbacks, Astros, and the Colorado Rockies. It was Dansby Swanson, Alex Bregman with the Astros, and then a kid named Brendan Rodgers for the Colorado Rockies.
Yeah, it doesn't mean they're going to end up being shortstops in the big leagues. I mean, when you have picks like that, these really high picks, you ordinarily go with the best athlete, the best guy available. Either whether it be a pitcher, a hitter, a defender. I mean, you really can't draft based on need these days in the big leagues, although these kids are coming up so early. I mean, 21, 22 years old, they're coming up, and if you draft them out of college, they might be in the minor leagues maybe a year and a half. But it's normally the best athlete that gets picked early on. It goes in waves, doesn't it? A lot of pitchers 1 year, then position players, college, high school. Everybody debates on which is the best way to go.
Carlos Gomez with a mighty hack at the first offering from Burnett. The Houston Astros called up their first pick, the 1-1 from the 2012 draft today, Carlos Correa.
Yeah, that's quick.
He's 20. 20 years of age. He's in the big leagues and playing a key position, and it starts to feel like the way baseball was maybe in the 70s and 80s, and it just brings to mind Robin Yount, who was in the big leagues at 18,
which was unheard of back in those days. It's more, you see that more often these days for a number of different reasons. The money, you're looking for younger players. It's become a young man's game these days with the drug testing.
And the premium positions are premium again.
Right.
Catcher, shortstop, center field as Gomez strikes out. And Cervelli will secure it at first, and that is the inning. And A.J. Burnett with a 3-up, 3-down frame. He's got 4 Ks now. Happy birthday, Jeff. The big 5-0 is coming for Jeff Grayson. Jimmy Nelson ready to start his third inning of work. Francisco Cervelli leads off. Nelson almost hit him. Well, Cervelli's been one of the hotter hitters in the big leagues for an extended time now.
Yeah.
Since May 1st, Cervelli is hitting .376.
And they signed him as a quality defensive catcher to replace Russell Martin. He's over in Toronto. But now he's giving him some offense. That's a surprise.
Cervelli and Chris Stewart are the two catchers here. They've both done a great job. Look at those numbers in the month of May. He's carried it over in his 4 games in June. His last 18 games started. So if you throw out pinch hit appearances and defensive replacement games, his last 18 starts, he's hitting .446.
The games in which he gets, 3-4 at bats. Making good solid contact.
The 3-0 right down the middle. Well, like Russell Martin, Cervelli is a former Yankee. Glenn Hurdle likes the big game catchers, those who have been involved in the big environments, the hot environments like New York. Cervelli's fit right in here in Pittsburgh. That was a major question mark when the season began, because not so much of who Cervelli is, but because of the presence of Russell Martin.
And that pitching staff hasn't missed a beat. I mean, they're even better now. A lot of it has to do with the pitchers, but when you lose a guy like Russell Martin, who's pretty much the general defensively, and he controls the game, Cervelli's done a nice job. They really haven't missed him too much. At least it doesn't look like it.
3-2 is outside. Ball 4, the first base runner of the day for the Pirates. Cervelli walks, snaps a string of 6 in a row for Nelson to start the game. And that'll bring up Jordy Mercer. It's kind of been a 3-man weave right now among infielders for Clint Hurdle, with Jordy Mercer and Josh Harrison, and now Jung Ho Gong. Gong's played a little shortstop himself. Mercer on a modest 6-game hitting streak. It's the longest hitting streak for the Pirates. They don't overwhelm you statistically offensively. Their pitching has been great.
Man, they don't need a lot of runs on a normal game. Their pitching's been so good. Second best earned run average in the National League, behind the Cardinals. So when you get pitching like that, you don't need to score a lot of runs.
Pitching and defense in a big ballpark. Francisco Liriano will get the ball tomorrow for the Pirates. Down and in. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Mercer. Probably one of the more underrated defensive shortstops in the big leagues. You don't hear his name come up much.
There's a lot of good ones.
There's a line drive, base hit. Mercer with a single, the first hit of the game for the Pirates. And suddenly a rally here at the bottom of the order with 2 on and nobody out.
Yep, on a 1-2 pitch. Yeah, Jimmy Nelson got ahead of him. 0-2, missed with the 0-2 pitch. Then down and in, and Mercer just went down and got it, just stuck the bat out there and lined it into center field. Well, now A.J. Burnett can go up there and drop down a bunt. Pirates do a lot of bunting. Amongst league leaders in sacrifice bunts.
And Burnett figures to be doing just that. Cervelli at second, Mercer at first. Brewers thinking bunt. They've got their corner infielders in, putting a play on here. And Burnett squares, takes a strike. He swings. Nelson knocks it down, recovers, and throws him out. That was a whole lot of work for an out. On a little half swing, it works just like a sacrifice bunt.
A good recovery by Jimmy Nelson. Big guy, and really it takes big guys a while to be able to recover from that. Knocked it down. The old butcher boy play, and Jimmy Nelson able to grab it. That would have been an out regardless, because Segura was going to be there, but Jimmy Nelson gets to play himself and gets an out. Didn't bunt, but they did advance the base runners.
And to the top of the order now for Gregory Polanco. Second and third for the Pirates. Cervelli started the inning with a walk. Mercer had a single. This is a deep, versatile lineup. They've got a lot of speed in their lineup. Got some power. Nelson hits the corner, a strike. 1-1 on Gregory Polanco.
And 9th in home runs, 6th in runs scored. They don't hit a ton of home runs, but they do steal bases. They do like to put the pressure on the defense, get men in scoring position. And Polanco at the top of the list in stolen bases.
Polanco has also been very good with runners in scoring position this year, hitting .343. Lays off a breaking ball. Nice play back there by Lucroy. Polanco struck out on that pitch his first time up. This is where the Pirates rank offensively, major categories, scoring good amount of runs for a team that doesn't hit the long ball that often. A lot of that has to do with the ballpark they play in.
But look at the ERA. That's a difference maker right there.
And the starter's even better. 2 balls and a strike. Nelson in trouble here in the third. Blitz through the order the first 2 innings. Hitters count for Polanco. The 3-1 is swung on and line foul. Mike Guerrero is setting the infielders.
And Mike Guerrero the infield, Ed Cedar the outfield. And they've got him in.
Cervelli below average speed at third base. You don't have to bring him all the way in on the grass. Full count. And the pitch is swung on and missed. A curveball by Nelson. Down goes Polanco. He struck him out twice. That's number 4 for Jimmy Nelson.
That's a nice pitch. I mean, if he missed with it, he loads the bases and sets up a double play. He had first base open, but he drops it on him. Nice curveball going straight down. That's the last thing Polanco was thinking about. Man, that's the pitch that put him on the map in his first start against these guys. That curveball.
A 3-2 curveball for a K. There's Harrison now. He swings and rolls one to third. Ramirez will make the play, and Jimmy Nelson gets out of the inning. The Pirates strand runners at second and third with 1 out. Still scoreless in Pittsburgh.
Putting some work in behind the pitcher's mound. As we head to the 4th inning, tonight's time of the game winner, Randall's Uptown Bar in Mauston, if they call the Brewers in the next 24 hours. They get 40 Miller Lite beer pen tickets to a Brewers home game this year. This offer courtesy of the Tavern League of Wisconsin and Miller Lite.
PNC Park in Pittsburgh. First of a 3-game series tonight with the Pirates. And the Brewers so far 3-3 on this road trip. Started in St. Louis. Dropped 2 out of 3 there. And then won 2 out of 3 from the Twins. Jonathan Lucroy leads off. We are scoreless. Starting the 4th inning. Lucroy takes a strike on the corner. Burnett pouring in the strikes thus far. He has 4 strikeouts. He's given up 1 hit. That was a double by Braun to deep left center in the 1st inning. Braun hit it to the deepest part of the ballpark. Burnett with 35 pitches, 28 of them for strikes. He's only thrown 7 balls thus far.
And nothing straight. Everything he throws has some kind of movement on it, especially that 2-seam fastball. That's his money pitch. He keeps the ball on the ground. He doesn't give up too many home runs. Only 3 so far this year.
2-1 to Lucroy, who struck out looking in the 1st inning. He swings and taps one right back to Burnett. And there is out number 1. Well, the only hit of the day coming from Braun. Burnett has retired 8 straight. Braun's in our T-Mobile game changer this evening. See his home road splits. The largest increase in slugging percentage on the road versus home games, which is interesting because Miller Park is certainly a hitter-friendly ballpark, but Braun has had most of his big successful nights on the road this year.
It took him a while this year to hit his first home run at home. Not sure why. He likes hitting at Miller Park. He always has, but for whatever reason, most of his power has come on the road this year.
Those are the overall splits. 10 of his 13 homers coming in road games. He's doubled up his RBIs on the road. Braun's been a very productive hitter since the 28th of April. Got off to a really slow start. Yeah, you see, it's much different than his career numbers, huh?
Yeah.
Normally a better hitter at Miller Park. I'm sure that'll even out at some point. Little routine ground ball out to second. Braun is retired. Strikeouts and groundouts have been the formula for A.J. Burnett. He's retired 9 straight.
You just wonder what the difference is, right? I mean, in Philly last year, he led the National League in losses. He was 8-18. You know, for a record like that, you would expect an earned run average, mid-5s. It was 459. He was still able to rack up 213 innings. But much different here in Pittsburgh. He's had good numbers, good career numbers in Pittsburgh. 2012, 2013. It's a good pitcher's ballpark, I'll say that. You can make mistakes here. You can't make them in Philly.
Burnett led the big leagues in losses last year. Had 18 losses. He did lead the major leagues in starts as well. He did make his 34 starts. He led the league in some dubious categories, including earned runs allowed. Led both leagues. He led both leagues in walks as well. But a lot of that had to do with the volume of innings.
Yeah, a lot of that had to do with not wanting to throw strikes in Philly.
You're right. Yeah, right back to the original point.
Right.
That's true. Well, he pitched for the Pirates in their first postseason run, snapping a 20-year drought. That was back in 2013. Things didn't go well for him against the Cardinals in the NLDS. Kind of left on a, I don't want to call it a sour note, because he did pitch very well for them that season and helped get them to the postseason. Signed with the Phillies. Felt like he had some unfinished business here with the Pirates, and he's been great for him. Matter of fact, he's putting together one of the best seasons of his career right now at 38 years of age.
Yeah, good mix of young players and veteran guys in the starting rotation. Tomorrow's starter, Liriano, a veteran.
17 years in the big leagues and a career ERA under 4. Has a no-hitter. Threw a no-hitter back in 01 as a member of the then Florida Marlins. Lynn strikes out, and Burnett has now retired 10 straight. He has 5 strikeouts. Got a one-hitter through 4. Our presenting sponsor, and Manny Lopez. Manny Lopez is going to be quite famous tonight. He is the head groundskeeper here in Pittsburgh, and he's having a chat again with the crew chief, Field and Colbert. So we carry on. There is obviously rain falling now and maybe more coming, but as long as the tarp is covered up, no problem. We are in the bottom of inning number 4 in a scoreless game. Jimmy Nelson pitching in the rain, and his first batter faced is Neil Walker. Pirates got a walk and a single last inning. Cervelli walked, Mercer singled. Ended up at second and third with 1 out, and then Walker, or rather Nelson, did some of his best work. Had a strikeout and a ground out to get out of the mess. Rain.
A steady rain, nothing that's going to stop play. One thing, you play through this, it means that they're trying to play through this light stuff until the heavy stuff starts to come in.
Walker with a base hit. Turned it around quickly, and back-to-back innings for the Pirates with their lead batter on base. Well, it's Fox Sports Wisconsin ticket takeover time again. Buy a regular price ticket to this Thursday's game versus the Washington Nationals, and you'll receive a second ticket of equal value courtesy of Fox Sports Wisconsin. Log on to brewers.com/takeover. Enter promo code FSWI to take advantage of this limited time offer. Very kind of Fox Sports Wisconsin. Swinging a foul back. Starling Marte.
It's going to be nice to get home. First game of the homestand on Thursday. Night game here in Pittsburgh. Want to thank the folks in Pittsburgh.
Here we go. Tarp's coming off. And 8:08 Eastern time. We have an official rain delay underway. So raining as hard right now as it has all night, and the umpiring crew not wanting to waste any more time, and The artistry of the tarp crew, which we don't actually get to see in Milwaukee, which is so great.
We haven't seen a rain delay in a couple of years. We've been very fortunate. First one in a while, partner. What are we going to do? Eat?
Well, it is National Best Friend Day, so we'll have plenty of fun and games up here. Craig Counsell getting the word from Field and Colbreth. Everybody's got to work in sync. Unfolding the tarp. AJ Burnett. It's really an issue for the starting pitchers, especially at this point, because there's only a certain window of time where you can continue on, and maybe 30 minutes, maybe an hour on the clock. Pitchers will usually try to stay loose, but it's tough to ask a pitcher, especially in early June, to come back and resume their start if it's going to be a significant delay. So we'll have to wait it out with them. That's excellent execution of the tarp.
And you were a tarp puller in your day.
Was thinking about going pro at one point. Pulled many a tarp in my career.
Yeah. You've done everything,
unfortunately.
Huh?
So they're covered up, and if you're a player right now, Rock, and we're sitting here in the bottom of the fourth inning in a scoreless game, you got to occupy your time somehow. What would be the games of choice right now that you'd play down there?
Well, it used to be cards. I mean, you used to deal the cards. We talked about the bridge games. You remember back in Minneapolis? You know, Paul Molitor and Ted Simmons. We used to get bridge games out, and didn't have all the television choices in the dugout that they have today. And just do the best you can. You sit in your locker, you maybe go through some emails these days. Maybe grab something to eat. I bet Eddie's in there trying to find something to eat. Ed Cedar.
Spread killer. So, yeah, there is a big front rolling in here. And they'll take no chances. Try to keep the field as dry as possible. I will tell you, they do get a lot of rain here, and this field drains very well. Got that high-tech drainage system under it, so if we can get the rain to cease, then we can get back to baseball. But it's supposed to be like this off and on the rest of the night. So we'll take a break. We will send it to our Fox Sports Wisconsin studio after that. Jeff Grayson and Davey Nelson are there, and we'll keep you entertained until we're back playing baseball again. Are just about ready to resume baseball here. As you see the Pirates officials going over the radar with the crew chief Field and Colbreth. And instead of trying to wait out this front that is coming across, Field and Colbreth has ordered the players back on the field. We are in the 4th inning, the Pirates half of inning number 4. Neil Walker singled to start the inning before the rains came, so Jimmy Nelson will get as much time as he needs to warm up on the game field. Scoreless game, bottom 4. Sophia Minard is patrolling the dugout, and I know you had a chance to talk to Craig Counsell. What's the word, Sophia?
Well, Craig said that obviously they got the tarp off the field, and their intention is to start playing as soon as possible once Jimmy Nelson is warmed up. So they got the guys from the clubhouse. Now, Counsell said that they are expecting some more rain probably in the next half hour or so, but they're hoping that it's going to be light enough that they can continue to play through it as they did through the first 3 innings. So there's probably more rain coming, and they're just hopeful that they're going to be able to play through it.
All right, Sophia, way to hang tough down there, and good reporting right there. So, Rock, hearing that would it would lead us to believe that they're trying to get this game into an official game status, but it's still scoreless here in the bottom of the 4th. This all of a sudden becomes a huge inning for Jimmy Nelson.
Yeah, no kidding. It's almost as if you're dealing with 8th, 9th inning scenarios here, because the window of opportunity, according to the radar, is not all that great. So you might get about a half an hour, maybe an inning, maybe 2 innings, and Jimmy has been pitching very well. The Pirates have a man on, a leadoff base runner, Neil Walker, but the umpires are trying to get this to an official game, 5 full innings, if somebody's able to score.
Well, both pitchers are going along well thus far. A.J. Burnett has retired 10 in a row. He has 5 strikeouts. He's only given up 1 hit. Jimmy Nelson, meanwhile, has allowed just 2 hits. He's allowed a walk as well, but he has 4 punch-outs and started the game by retiring the first 6. Worth another look to get you caught up, courtesy of Columbia St. Mary's.
Yeah, very aggressive. I mean, Jimmy was on the attack right away. Good fastball today. I mean, his fastball tonight is moving as much as it has all season long. He's been able to get the big out with Marte. That was with the 2nd and 3rd on a 3-2 pitch, and then was able to put away Gums for the final out in the 2nd. But it's one of those things for Jimmy. Struggled in the first inning in his last couple of starts. Did not have that issue tonight.
All right, we are ready to resume. It's going to be about a 30-minute rain delay or thereabouts. And with rain all around us, see how many innings we can get in. First ball swinging is Marte, and this will turn into a 6-4-3 double play right out of the gates from the rain delay.
Yeah, first pitch that he throws, another good 2-seam fastball. And Marte, who is a very speedy runner, rolls into an easy double play. I mean, that's a couple of hops to Segura. The Brewers have been turning a number of double plays on this road trip, and Sardinius is looking good at second base. He's been impressive over there.
I would imagine for players in a scenario like this, you have to really focus and concentrate on trying to keep things normal. You know there's urgency. Everybody has urgency when there's weather all around and they rush to get the tarp off the field, and everybody's in the clubhouse saying, all right, get back down there, we're going to play now. So you have to kind of get back into your rhythm.
And sometimes that's difficult to start a game. I mean, players, they know what the weather report's going to be coming into Pittsburgh. Everybody talking about potential rain for 2 days. They start the game, and both pitchers seem to be able to keep their concentration. But you're right. I mean, Jimmy had about a half an hour wait, and first pitch able to get 2 outs.
1 ball, 1 strike on Pedro Alvarez with 2 away. And a swing and a foul. Big swing by Alvarez.
It's one of these situations where 1 pitch can cost you a game. And get through the 4th, and you get through 5 innings, it's an official game if somebody has the lead.
Certainly manage the game differently at this point for Craig Counsell, knowing what is coming. The breaking ball low, little slider from Nelson. And all that being said, and I'm sure Craig Counsell will talk about this, but weather reports doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be that way. So if it rains, you deal with it. It's not raining now, and you try to deal with that. You can't assume that at some point the tarp's coming back on and you're going to be asked to leave the field again. You run that risk. So from a hitting perspective, if you're up there trying to, in a 0-0 game, trying to hit one out of here, feels a lot like what you'd see in an extra inning game. You know, when guys are trying to end it right away.
Everybody's a weatherman in that dugout.
That's true.
Everybody talking about windows and is it going to rain, and everybody's asking locals in the dugout, what do you think? Is it going to keep raining? How do I know? I don't know.
Officially a 28-minute rain delay. Full count to Alvarez. And that is a fair ball. Pick it up. Tag him out. And he's out. Lucroy picked it up in fair territory. And the inning is over.
Well, if Alvarez is saying the ball hit him, it's a reviewable play. But if it's just a basic fair ball, foul ball scenario, it's not reviewable.
Manny Gonzalez standing right on top of it.
Doesn't matter, you know, where it bounces. It bounces in foul territory.
Wow, and it sat down in its own divot for a moment. And that's it. And it did look like it was in fair territory right there. It's a fair ball. It's an out. No review coming.
On this line, you can see where the divot is right here, and that is indeed a fair ball. So good call down there by Manny Gonzalez to end the fourth inning. Took me a while to get that line straight.
Those lines, the foul lines, the reason home plate has a point like that, that's because that's where the lines come together.
Yeah.
So that's why home plate is not just a square. It is a five-sided object. Hey, Jay Burnett back to work. We play in the fifth inning now. It was funny because Lucroy was trying to give the ball to Manny Gonzalez to get a new ball for Nelson to throw.
Right. Hey, I think he heard you telling him to tag him. That was well done.
Just, we are a long way away. I needed to make sure that somebody heard
I
me.
still think he heard you.
2 unassisted is the putout. I wonder if Manny Gonzalez said tag him or fair ball or live ball or
You don't
just
say anything when it's a fair ball.
you just back away from
point. You point fair, which he did.
And Ramirez with a base hit. Aramis Ramirez with a single to center field to start the fifth inning. You got a double play from Marte, then Alvarez. The ground is so soft, he just drills it right into the ground.
Yep, hits it right into the divot that was there and never even moved. Now watch the home plate umpire is going to point. He just points. You're not going to be able to see him, I guess. But if indeed it was a foul ball, he would have yelled foul ball and put his hands up. Did not do that. Fair ball. Good play by Lucroy after he heard you.
Here's Gerardo Parra. In the interest of time, I just wanted to get that out.
You do make a big impact on the game up here.
We do make a very big impact on the weather because we actually probably can make it rain up here.
We're closest to the rain clouds.
We're part of the atmosphere up here. It's Parra down the right field line. That's down, a base hit. Going to go all the way to the wall. Ramirez around third. He'll stop there. And a bullet of a double for Gerardo Parra. Back-to-back hits. The Brewers threaten with 2 on in scoring position here in the 5th.
Well, maybe the rain delay has affected A.J. Burnett. It didn't affect Jimmy Nelson for sure. He looked good coming out. And check it out. Fastball up, pretty straight. One of the straightest pitches he's thrown tonight. Normally everything's moving, and Ramirez doesn't run all that well. Has to stop at third. Brewers set up nicely here in the 5th to put some runs on the board.
Double number 12 to go along with 3 homers for Parra. Second and third, nobody out. Gene Segura at the plate. Takes a strike from Burnett. Segura sitting on a 10-game hitting streak.
Well, Pirates are playing the infield back up the middle at least. They're in on the corners.
Will concede a run on a ground ball to the middle infielders.
I'm a surprise actually, but first and second, nobody out. A little flare. Could probably score 2. That's why they're back up the middle. If it was just Ramirez, it would be different. They would be in.
Ramirez does not run well at third base. All 3 outfielders with good arms. That one just missed. 2 balls and a strike.
He doesn't run well and not getting much of a lead at third. I would imagine because of that, just the way that Ramirez is taking his lead, they're going to make it go through unless it's up the middle.
Segura chased one. Got a little anxious. And A.J. Burnett picked the right pitch. 2-2 the count. Nice block back there by Cervelli. Not a whole lot of room behind home plate. And sometimes it can ricochet right back to a catcher.
Yeah, we've seen it a number of times.
Got the pitcher due up next, Jimmy Nelson. This is a key at bat for Gene Segura. 2-2 the count. And wow,
a tough one to take.
Just off the plate.
A little bit down in the strike zone. Didn't miss by much.
3-2 now on Segura.
A couple of pitches Segura's taken in this at bat that haven't missed much. Just a little bit low.
And pitch number 5, barely. 3-2.
Exactly where you want to be with rain coming in the 5th inning. Get a couple here and let the rains come.
Brewers start the inning with back-to-back hits, a single and a double. Segura trying to drive him in. Ramirez at third, Parra at second. And Segura hangs in there. Chase ball 4, but he's in swing mode.
They just want to make sure that they're on the same page, what they want to throw. It doesn't seem to matter with Burnett out there what they throw. He's been able to throw strikes with everything. That's what makes him so tough to hit. Anything, anytime.
Another 3-2 on the way from Burnett. Segura on the ground. Ramirez is coming home. And the Brewers take the lead on an RBI ground out by Gene Segura. 1-0 Crew. That'll be a ribby for Segura. Advancing to third is Parra. And the pitcher Nelson coming up.
Yeah, good base running by Gerardo Parra. That ball hit right at him. Anything right at you or behind you, you can take third. And Gerardo got a good jump off of second base, and Segura able to make contact to drive in the run.
And the rain starting to fall again.
Now for this to be an official game, now that the Brewers have a lead, the bottom of the fifth has to be completed, or it's not an official game. And I would imagine the Pirates aren't going to be in any hurry right here. If I were the Pirates, I'd be taking my time. That's what Cervelli's doing here. And it's coming down pretty good.
And a giant cloud is hovering over us as Nelson takes a ball. They are at the ready. Pirates grounds crew. Infield in. One man out. Nelson swings. Little tapper. Parra's got to stay put. And Burnett makes the play with a wet baseball to get the second out.
A long way to go to make that, get that out.
It's a tough read for Gerardo Parra as well. On a full swing like that with the infield in. Luis Sardinas now. Got a first pitch breaking ball from Burnett. Sardinas grounded to second his last time up. And he chased another one. 0-2 the count. See what he has in mind here. Parra's got a big lead at third. Sardinas, little dribbler foul. Brewers would love to cash one more in. Ramos Ramirez scoring the lone run of the game. Started the inning with a single. Parra doubled. He's now at third. Another 0-2 pitch to Sardinas. And he fouls it off. Stays alive. Segura with the RBI.
Able to put it in play on the 3-2 pitch. That's why I was kind of surprised that the Pirates had their infield back, given the situation. I really was surprised.
Almost had to play it like a late inning situation. Burnett had a long delay between his pitches. Jimmy Nelson was on the mound when the delay started, and then a 28-minute delay, and he was right back on the mound. So Burnett's probably more like 40 minutes on a delay. which to a starting pitcher feels like a long inning at the plate, a successful inning at the plate. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Sardinas has worked it even, and now it's 3-2 with Gomez on deck. Just the light sheets of rain coming down. There's a lot of wind with this front as well. Full count, 2 outs. And he lost him. How about that at bat by Sardinas with the rain falling? Gets down 0-2 and draws the walk. So 1st and 3rd now with Gomez coming up.
Get the top of the order. The bottom half of the order has been able to get it done here tonight, at least so far. We were still looking for that big hit in this inning.
Yep. Burnett was rolling along before the rain delay. Had retired 10 in a row. Very efficient, but laboring here in his 5th inning.
That was an 8-pitch at bat for Sardinas.
Here's Gomez, 1st and 3rd, 2 outs. And a breaking ball misses. Always reminds you how lucky you are to have home games at Miller Park when you're in a scenario like this. Gomez swings and fouls it away. Kid made the play, got a baseball, and he's got a little show me in him. All right. It's going to be the greatest day of his life. He's on TV, sticking it out in the rain.
Learned that watching TV.
Here's a 1-1. Gomez showed bunt, takes a ball. That's not a bad idea, even with 2 outs. If he gets it down, can't imagine that would be an easy play for an infielder or the pitcher Burnett. Baseball would be soaking wet. The 2-1. Gomez lashes one foul, almost wiped out Parra and Ed Cedar.
Yeah, Gerardo a lot easier to get out of the way. Eddie with that bad knee almost got him. He still got it down there. Unfazed.
Getting the signs from the Brewers bench, relaying him to his base runners. And we'll see if they put Sardinas in motion here. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Brewers have scored in this 5th inning after a 28-minute rain delay. They have the lead. Now trying to get to the end of the 5th with the lead. In the dirt.
Man, much different pitcher right now, isn't he? He really didn't have the crispness to his pitches, and the Brewers have been able to get him on the hook here.
I mean, it's got to be tough for any pitcher to have to sit for that long, but especially a 38-year-old pitcher. Full count. Sardinas will be off with the pitch. There he goes, and Gomez sends one high in the air with the rain coming down. Polanco will make the play, and the inning is over. And now the Brewers need 3 outs in a hurry as the rain falls in Pittsburgh. Nelson is brought to you by Marshfield Clinic. Don't just live, shine. By Piggly Wiggly, the official supermarket of Fox Sports Wisconsin. And by Hupy and Abraham, 800-800-5678. Hupy and Abraham, tell them you mean business.
Working on the mound between innings, trying to dry it up as much as they can, spreading down the kitty litter. It has an official name, but it's basically kitty litter.
Diamond dry. It's fancy for kitty litter, but that's essentially what it is.
So Jimmy Nelson on the mound, and he is pitching with some urgency here. The rain is falling and more rain is coming, but the Brewers have a lead now. And if you get to the end of this inning and the Brewers still lead, then if it is called off, then it'll be a victory for Milwaukee.
Yeah.
Lead man up is Gung for the Pirates.
So it's going to be important for Jimmy to have a clean inning, because if it rains much harder, I don't think the umpires are going to hesitate.
And I'm sure the Pirates are thinking we need two here as quick as we can. Jung Ho Gung in a 1-2 count. Now, back in the old days, before they changed the rule, if you didn't get to the bottom of the fourth at the home, or the bottom of the fifth that the home team was winning, and the full fifth if the visiting team was winning, they used to scratch all the stats and you'd have to start the game over from the beginning, but that's not the case anymore. So whatever happens and what has happened thus far will still be in play, even if they have to pull the tarp out and maybe you don't resume this game till later, even tomorrow or sometime down the road.
They'll get 3 outs, don't have to deal with it.
Amen. And Nelson walks Gung. That's not a good start. The Brewers on draft day today have made their selection, and they are very happy with their selection. Ray Montgomery in the seat for the first year as the scouting director, the amateur scouting director. We wish him the best, and he got his man, Trent Clark, an outfielder out of Richland Hills, Texas.
A high school kid.
And by all accounts, the Brewers didn't expect him to be there at the 15th pick. Thought he'd go earlier, so they were ecstatic to be able to draft him. So the first pick in the books for Milwaukee, and they'll have a number of picks throughout the next few days. If you weren't with us, the first overall pick, a shortstop out of Vanderbilt, Dansby Swanson from to the Arizona Diamondbacks. Cervelli takes one inside, 1 ball, 1 strike on the Pirate catcher.
And this is not the way Jimmy wants to attack this inning for sure. It is getting wet out there. It's coming down pretty good. I wonder how much longer these umpires are going to leave these guys out there.
Up and in.
And there's a good excuse for him to pull the tarp. Getting wet, the ball gets a little bit slick. That's why you don't play baseball games in the rain. You know, that cowhide gets very, very slippery and slick, and you have a tough time controlling it. And Fielding Colbreth is mulling it over right now.
He's the man who has to make the tough decision, the crew chief. 2 balls, 1 strike. Nelson needing a ground ball here. And that one is lined into center, a base hit. Gung on his way to third. And the tying run 90 feet away. First and third to start the 5th for the Pirates.
And Cervelli continues his hot hitting, a walk and now a base hit. And with nobody out, you've got runners on the corners. And fastball up and in. Cervelli pulling the hands in and shooting it into center field. And Gung with good speed gets into third. That baseball's got to be difficult to throw from the outfield once it hits the grass.
Well, now the tables have turned a little bit. The Pirates threatening with nobody out. Brewers scored in the top of this inning. Here's Jordy Mercer. And he takes a strike. There is a way out of this inning, though. You got the pitcher due up next. The key hitter for Jimmy Nelson. Wave and a miss. 0-2. Rain is really coming now.
And Brewers have the infield back up the middle, trying to turn 2.
See the position players trying to keep their hands dry, throwing hands. 0-2 pitch on the way, and a swing and a foul. Nelson missing inside. Lucroy was set up outside. She's happy. Staying dry. Got a foul ball. A little ice cream going. No balls, 2 strikes. Got him. A strikeout for Nelson. He punches out Jordy Mercer for the first out.
Right, huge out right there. Now you have an opportunity to get out of this mess. Got the pitcher up. Nelson with a slider, not a very good one at that, but Mercer way out in front of it.
All right, so A.J. Burnett will bat first and third with 1 away. Showing bunt. Takes a strike. If it gets a good bunt down, this is going to be a challenge for the Brewers defensively. With the conditions as they are, and he bunts right through that, a foul ball, and it's 0-2.
You surprised that Burnett is up hitting in this situation?
I am a little. Same reason, same surprise that the infield was back last inning, but I think Hurdle has made up his mind. He's going to play this one as he normally would and not worry about the weather.
There's a good block. Yeah, given you know the way the rains are, and they're expecting rain throughout the night. I mean, we're not talking about just a little shower. It's supposed to rain all night. You know, through this this cell here, and this is more like an 8th, 9th inning scenario.
First and third, 1 out. Showing bunt. Corner infielders creep in, and Nelson steps off. Last time up, A.J. Burnett with runners at first and second. He showed bunt. He pulled the bat back and swung away. Ended up grounding out, but he did advance the runners. Nelson could use a strikeout here. The pitch is a ball inside. And again, Burnett showed bunt, pulled the bat back to swing.
Man, pretty close pitch, a breaking ball. Just misses that inside corner. Fox Tracks had it on the plate.
2 balls, 2 strikes. And he bunts it foul, and a strikeout for Jimmy Nelson. Boy, it needed that one. That's a big one right there. 2 outs in the inning. Now you can relax the infielders, let them play at normal depth, and a way out of this inning, and chance to get to the end of the 5th. 2 on, 2 out. Top of the order, Gregory Polanco, who has been one of the Pirates' best with runners in scoring position this year.
And he's got terrific speed. Remember that baseball is going to be wet when these infielders are going to be throwing it.
Polanco lines one right to Segura. Hit it like a bullet, but right at Segura, and again the Pirates strand 2 on, nobody out. They failed to score. Jimmy Johns. Jimmy Nelson able to escape a couple of jams in this one. Got a double play ball in the 4th inning. And then the little dribbler, the batted ball that stayed fair. Lucroy said, all right, I'll take the out. That was on Pedro Alvarez. And then a line drive by Polanco right at Segura. Nelson pumped up.
Yes, sir.
Pirates had 2 on, nobody out, and they cannot score.
Yeah, the big outs, that Jordy Mercer's strikeout, that gave Jimmy Nelson an opportunity to get out of that mess. He's been good early today. 5 innings, 3 hits, and no runs. Pitching like he did in his first start of the year against the Pirates.
Grounds crew working tirelessly here to get the field back in playing condition. And just trying to dry up as much of the infield as they can. You know, from our vantage point, you can see that sheen of the infield when the water gets significant on that infield.
You can just see that dugout. I mean, the Pirates dugout from our vantage point, it's coming down pretty good.
Well, those are tough decisions for a manager. You know, do you play it based on a forecast? Do you play it like you normally would? And Clint Hurdle was put in a moment of decision there with runners at the corners and 1 out. He allowed A.J. Burnett to continue to pitch, or continue to hit, because he wants him to continue to pitch. And Burnett struck out. That's a big decision.
Yeah. Well, he was forced into that tough decision because Jordy Mercer struck out in front of him. And Mercer gets a base hit or drives in a run. What's different?
Jonathan Lucroy leads off for the Brewers. Milwaukee scoring in the 5th to take the lead. RBI ground out from Segura. Just a steady rain falling in Pittsburgh. Oh, look out.
I think Burnett's looking for some diamond drive for himself. Slipping around on that landing foot.
Well, but calling out the grounds crew.
See the mud making it difficult. You know, the cleats are caked with mud. Not only does conditions like this make it difficult on the grounds crew right now, but sometime once the rains stop and the field dries out, they got to get rid of all that diamond dry. They got to take it all off the field and replace it with the regular dirt.
At least they're sponsored, though.
The rakes are sponsored. Everything's sponsored, right?
Birthdays are sponsored. So Burnett has the mound to his liking. Two balls and a strike. Lucroy takes one low. Count goes to 3-1. Each club with 3 hits thus far. 1-0. And Lucroy in the center field, coming in Marte. Oh, he dropped it. Marte dropped the ball, and Lucroy will reach. Can't blame that one on the rain.
Yeah, it looked like he just overran it. That's an E8. Usually a sure-handed center fielder, Marte, a very good athlete, just overruns this baseball. Lucroy gets a little bit more carry than he figured, and watch it handcuff him. Got him in the heel of the glove.
E8. Here's Braun. Powerball home run leaderboard. Braun at the top has 13 for the season. And Braun on the ground, chance to turn it. It goes 4-6-3, double play. Well, it cleans up the error. 2 outs now with nobody on in the Brewers' 6th.
Tampa in their major league leading 67th double play. The Pittsburgh Pirates, they turn a lot of them. Have a number of ground ball pitchers.
Check that Powerball home run leaderboard again. The Brewers have Braun at the top of the list. Adam Lind has 9. And Lind will bat with 2 outs in the 6th inning. And a little tapper right back to the box. Burnett will make the play and comes out of it cleanly. A 0 in the 6th. Rain still falls in Pittsburgh. We head to the bottom of the 6th inning.
The Brewers with a 1-0 lead at a very wet PNC Park, but you can join Brewers pitcher Matt Garza and his teammates for the Brewers Bowl-a-thon on Sunday, July 19th. You can enjoy a VIP reception, silent auction, and of course bowling with Brewers players while raising money for the Sojourner Family Peace Center, a safe haven for abused women and children. For more information, you can visit brewers.com/beyondthediamond, or you can call 414-902-4532.
All right, Sophia, thanks. She's hanging in there in the rain. Saw Manny Lopez, the head groundskeeper. He's working hard. He and his crew trying to keep things as dry as possible and as playable as possible. Brewers lead it 1-0. And the Pirates are coming up here in the bottom of the 6th inning.
The Pirates have had a couple of really good scoring opportunities here tonight, the 3rd and the 5th, but Jimmy Nelson's been able to make his pitches when he's needed them most. Looks good tonight.
Gotten out of a couple of jams. Out of a jam in the 3rd. Pirates had 2 on, 1 out, and then got out of a jam last inning with 1st and 3rd and nobody out. Back-to-back strikeouts, then a line drive out to end the inning. Nelson will wait on the grounds crew to exit. Bottom of the 6th, Josh Harrison leads off. He is 0 for 2. Pirates coming off a 10-game, 11-day road trip, and it was a success. They went 7-3 on their road trip. They've gone 5-1 in the month of June. And since May 9th, the Pirates are 9 games over 500. They have put themselves right back in the picture. Harrison in the air, popped it up. Sardinia's fighting the raindrops, makes the catch for out number 1. Judging by that reaction, that wasn't easy. Carsuit.com trivia question: the first player selected in Milwaukee Brewers franchise history. That would be Gorman Thomas.
Big spike. I knew that one.
The Seattle Pilots of '69 Turned into the Brewers in 1970.
Shortstop,
Yeah,
Gorman Thomas.
That's the one that'll win you a beer at the bar. A shortstop. Andrew McCutcheon's glad he's got the night off.
Banged up knee. That's why he's probably not playing tonight with the wet conditions in the outfield.
The former MVP.
Doesn't look like the same without the dreadlocks. Is that what those were?
Oh, yeah. Good ones, too.
Just want to make sure I didn't misrepresent those.
Not at all. You're right on the money as usual. Walker in the air to left field, slicing. That is a fair ball. Hits the line. And Neil Walker with a flare double. His second hit of the game.
And no chance for Parra. He was playing more in the gap out in left center. This ball up in the air a good ways. You can see how far Parra has to go to get it, and lands right on the chalk line. And a two-bagger for Neil Walker, his second hit.
And again, Jimmy Nelson will have to battle with runners in scoring position. He's got Starling Marte, the cleanup hitter, at the plate. And a strike. I think it was a called strike. Probably could have been a swing anyway. Little half swing by Marte.
Brewer pitchers have been very aggressive on the inside corner. Last 3 games all started with Garza in Minnesota. So Mike Fiers doing a lot yesterday. Jimmy Nelson's been very effective inside.
Garza got the win against his old team on Saturday. Back-to-back wins for Garza. The first one came in a 5-inning relief appearance in that 17-inning game. And believe it or not, the Brewers are still wrestling with that 17-inning game, still trying to get the rotation put back together. And because of it, Taylor Youngman is going to make his major league debut tomorrow for Craig Counsell. Yet another major league debut.
Yeah. Those things will get you chasing your tail for a while.
And because Garza had to pitch in that game, he was scheduled to pitch the next day. That set the whole rotation on its ear. And of course, Willie Peralta is on the disabled list, so it's been a revolving door of Tylers.
Yeah, Wagner, Cravey, now Taylor tomorrow.
There's Taylor Youngman talking to Mike Fiers. He's got the butterflies going, I'm sure. Little tapper foul. Hit it twice. Just like TC Chen.
Who?
It's a golf reference. Once hit the ball twice out of a bunker.
Did he?
Except that's a penalty in golf.
Yeah, you can't do that, right? There's a foul ball, makes contact in foul territory. Different if it was a fair ball. I imagine I wasn't the only one that didn't get that. That's why I asked.
It's a very niche-y reference. But it's something that you're familiar with.
How many strokes is that? Yeah.
It's 2-stroke penalty. It's okay.
I get that. Reference to my golf game? All right.
I mean, I've seen you hit it 2 or 3 times with one swing.
And then flip an underhand onto the green.
Or a javelin toss. 2-2 the count. Tying run at second. And a swing and a miss. Ball got loose from Lucroy. Or are they calling that a foul ball? No, that's going to be a swing and a miss.
Strikeout. Yep. Lucroy blocked it, tagged him, and home plate umpire Manny Gonzalez handled that one himself.
Marte is out. Another key strikeout for Jimmy Nelson. That's number 7 for him.
And 4 of them, of the strikeouts, have come with runners in scoring position tonight. And Marte not able to hold up on that good slider.
And now they will walk Pedro Alvarez. An intentional pass to get to Gung. Well, Counsell is not afraid to use the intentional walk. And he's going to pick his poison here. Alvarez has done some damage in the past to the Brewers. Although he's hitless against Jimmy Nelson in his career, he's 0 for 6. He's one swing of the bat from giving the Pirates the lead.
And he's got 9 home runs, 27 ribbies. And then you put the left-hander on, you attack, you go after Gung, the right-handed hitter.
Which allows Jimmy Nelson to use his strength. All right, so here is Jung-Ho Gung. And an anxious manager over there trying to navigate through the 6th. A 1-out double. Nelson comes back with a strikeout. 2 outs now for Jung-Ho Gung in his first year in the big leagues. Gung's got big power. Last year in Korea, he hit 40 homers, drove in 117 runs. Ground ball, Segura. He'll go to second, and the out there, and the move works for Counsell. Jimmy Nelson strands 2 more Pirates. He's got a shutout going through 6.
Sports Wisconsin is brought to you by Miller Lite, the original light Pilsner. Cheers, it's Miller time. And by the Wisconsin Lottery, reminding you to please play responsibly.
We got a tight one in Pittsburgh. Rain has lightened up just a little bit, but continues to fall here. Had a 28-minute rain delay under the Monday night lights at PNC Park. Jimmy Nelson pitching out of a number of jams here tonight. He's got a 0 on the board still. Stranding 2 more Pirates. He has left 6 Pirates on base. A.J. Burnett back to work. 7th inning. The Brewers lead 1-0. Ramirez scored that run after he led off the 5th with a single.
You wonder if Jimmy's going to go back out. His pitch count at 97.
And that delay. He sat for about, well, he sat for 28 minutes while they had the tarp on the field. And Ramirez with a base hit to left. So 2 out of 3 for Ramos Ramirez. Back-to-back leadoff singles for him.
Yeah, Burnett tried to come in on him, and Ramirez jammed himself, but able to muscle it into left. Very aggressive early in the count, as always.
Here's Gerardo Parra. Had a double his last time up at the plate, presented by Wendy's. Hernan Perez will run for Ramirez. And Parra drops a bunt down. It's a good one, barehanded, and no play anywhere. That'll be a bunt single by Gerardo Parra. Beautifully done. First and second, nobody out.
It's not a bad play with the wet conditions out there in the infield. Not only does it deaden the baseball, but once you get it in your hand, it's going to be difficult to throw. That's a beautiful bunt by Parra, who disguised that right at the last minute, drops it down, and because the grass is so wet, that ball is not going to go foul.
So first and second, Gene Segura coming up again. He drove in a run with a ground out, the only run, which came in the fifth. Gomez with the trash can to keep him dry. Doing a little maintenance down there. Looks like Jeremy Jeffress. Got to keep it interesting. Lotion Garza. Segura fouls it away. And a count to 0-2. Looks like Jimmy Nelson is at the end of his line.
Yeah. There's activity in that Brewers bullpen.
Shane Peterson has moved on deck. So to get 6 shutout innings in a game like this, conditions like this, and Council's going to make the move.
That Garza's doing a little squeegee and getting some water out of the dugout.
Bounces in. Good play by Cervelli. Could hear the thud, took it right in the chest protector.
And that's where you want it. You don't try and catch it. You try and square yourself up, keep it in front. Solid defensive catcher and having a very good offensive season.
Burnett with 2 on behind him. Segura trying to get him on the move here. And that one misses away. Wow, little cue shot right off the end of the bat.
Did it bounce?
Might have. He's looking down there.
I think that ball bounced and he hit it. Little cricket.
He's got a smile on his face. I think you're right. Let's see the replay. Breaking ball. Oh my gosh, it did bounce.
It did bounce, and he's able to make contact. Nothing wrong with that. I mean, that's legal.
Nothing wrong with that.
Who amongst us hasn't done that?
Here's a 2-2. It's Segura. He's hacking.
The only difference is some of us don't make contact on pitches like that.
I love that analysis. Hey, nothing wrong with that.
Nope, you're okay as long as you make contact. Good bad ball hitter. That's like Vlad Guerrero, right? He used to get base hits on pitches like that. I'm honest.
Who are some bad ball hitters you played with?
Yeah, right. Yeah, there was one.
Besides yourself.
Right.
2-2. And that one just missed.
They said hitters, not swingers.
That was one of the more hittable pitches in the context of this at bat for Segura. He's been chasing everything, but he laid off. Segura trying to extend a 10-game hitting streak. 2 on and a little tapper. That is a foul ball. Foul ball called by the home plate umpire. That's amazing that we've had 2 like that. One was fair on Alvarez. This one's foul on Segura.
They're just able to get a piece of it, and Clinton Hurta's going to come out. Now it hits foul and bounces fair and ends up somewhere on that plate. It's a fair ball.
Manny Gonzalez was right on top of it.
Clinton Hurta saying, "You sure?" He said, "Yep."
And the good thing about the way home plate area is right now, there are definite splatter marks.
Now, is it on the plate? If it touches the plate, it's a fair ball, but you can see Manny Gonzalez right on it.
Yeah, can't tell from there. Upper right of your screen there, so that is a foul ball.
That's where it hit.
Yeah. Runners go, and a swing and a miss. Throw to third. That's going to be a strike him out, throw him out, double play. Boy, did that turn in a hurry.
Yeah, that's a rally killer, huh?
Brewers are sitting pretty, trying to force the issue. And Hernan Perez is cut down on a great throw by Cervelli.
That's how quickly he gets rid of it. Cervelli going behind the runner. Segura helps him out by ducking. Wants the drop step by Cervelli, that right foot, and right on the money, and that's not even close at third base.
Man.
Good quick feed by the Pirate catcher to get the out.
Now that's going to change Council's plan here. He had Shane Peterson, and now with 2 outs and a runner at second, he's going to use his best pinch hitter, Jason Rogers. I'm sure he was hoping to save him, so maybe in the later innings, but knowing he might not get that chance, he's going to have him hit right here in the 7th with 2 outs.
Yeah, Council burning 2 players on his bench in this inning.
Perez in for Ramirez. Now Rogers hits for Jimmy Nelson. Both teams making nothing out of something quickly in this game. Pirates 3 times have had 2 on with either 1 out or nobody out. Neither have not scored.
Yeah, neither team has a hit with a runner in scoring position. Pirates are 0 for 8.
Rogers trying to change all that. Jason has been the Brewers' best pinch hitter this year, the most oft used pinch hitter. He is 7 for 21 as a homer. He's driven in 4.
And the outfield very shallow on Rogers.
One ball, 1 strike. Rogers on the ground. Jordy Mercer will glove it. And the throw is accurate to end the inning. The Brewers get 2 on, nobody out. Come up empty. That's been the theme of the night. Milwaukee still leads at 1-0. Jimmy Nelson's in the spotlight. It is courtesy of Marshfield Clinic. And Nelson going 6 shutout innings in this game. And stranding 6 runners on base. 3 occasions where he left 2 Pirates on. Left 2 in the 3rd. Stranded 2 more in the 5th inning. And then did it again in the 6th. And he'll exit with a 1-0 lead. Craig Counsell goes to his late inning relief now with a 1-0 lead, and first out of the bullpen will be Jonathan Broxton.
Well, you see the earned run average for Jonathan Broxton. He's had a rough time of it. Last pitched on Saturday against the Twins at Target Field. And allowed a home run, but he did strike out a couple of batters. A solo shot to Brian Dozier. 24 punch-outs in just 21 1/3 innings for Jonathan Broxton. But he has given up to 5 home runs.
Hernan Perez will take over and play third. Came in to pinch run for Ramos Ramirez, who exits with 2 hits tonight. Francisco Cervelli will lead off. It's the bottom of the Pittsburgh order. Cervelli, Jordy Mercer, and then the Pirates most likely will have a pinch hitter. Cervelli's been on twice, had a walk and a single. There's been a steady rain tonight. It got hard enough to pull the tarp out in the 4th inning, and a 28-minute delay. And then the officials here, and I spoke to the head groundskeeper before the game. He felt like it'd be intermittent, but there would be windows throughout the day, throughout the night. And then he thought about 10 o'clock is when the severe rains would come, and then it'd be tough to continue on at that point. So that's why there was some urgency to get the game going again. It's 9:43 Eastern time. So if he's right, there are significant storms coming still.
Well, if you're Craig Counsell, you got to play it like there's no rain falling right now. You just got to protect that lead and let the rain fall if it will. It is an official game at this point.
Cervelli takes one inside. 3 balls and a strike.
And Neil Cott's getting loose in the Brewers bullpen.
It would be a short leash, you would imagine, for Broxton. 3-1 and a strike. Cervelli trying to sell his way to a walk.
He's quick on the draw that way, isn't he? He did that his first time up. Right down the middle, just at the top of the strike zone.
Could have gone either way. Normally you don't see that called for a strike. Full count now.
Broxton, he's always got that fastball, 95, 96. Difference is when he has the good slider to go with it. That's when he has his good outings. This would be a good time to throw it right here.
Three and two, the count. Broxton delivers, and Cervelli draws the walk. So Broxton let him get away, and a man on to start this 7th. Say, we want to see you at Miller Park on Thursday. Call your friends and clear your schedule, because we have a limited time offer that you won't want to miss. With the Fox Sports Wisconsin Ticket Takeover, you'll get a ticket on us for Thursday's game against the Nationals. Visit brewers.com/takeover and enter promo code FSWI to purchase your tickets. Very kind of you, Rock.
And the Nationals are in town. Bryce Harper.
Yeah, they're worth seeing. One of the game's premier players. It's a 4-game series as well. Pretty good chance we'll see Jordan Zimmerman. Good bunt by Mercer. Broxton will shovel it over to first for the first out. That'll be a sacrifice. Tying run moves to second base once again for the Pirates. One away now. And it's going to be Jose Tabata to hit for A.J. Burnett. So both starters are out. Burnett goes 7, just 1 run allowed. Jimmy Nelson goes 6 shutout.
Hey, you wonder if Andrew McCutchen's available. He's still on that bench. Particularly down near the bottom of the order. Not sure who you're going to pinch hit for after this opportunity.
Jose Tabata back in the big leagues with the Pirates. Kind of had a long and winding road with Pittsburgh. He had a great first year and actually signed a long-term deal, a multi-year contract with the Pirates. Pirates have not been afraid to sign their players to long-term deals. They signed Josh Harrison to a multi-year deal this past year. And it did not work out so well for Tabata. He signed a 6-year contract that started in 2011.
After one good season.
Yeah.
Pirates did the same thing with Harrison. That's a big risk.
Tabata's rookie year was 2010. And he had a great year, hit .299. Drove in 35 runs. He has not approached those numbers since. There's a strike. 2-1 the count.
Broxton fortunate to get that call.
Rain starting to pick up here. It's never stopped raining. Look how muddy that mound is. Two balls and a strike. Lucroy on his way out.
Yeah, that was one of those. I'm not sure what I want to throw here. I mean, I don't really agree what was thrown down, and you do the inside move to get a new pitch. Lucroy Broxton just talked it over and figured it out.
Pirates, for the 4th time in the last 5 innings, have the tying run in scoring position. And the 2-1 is fouled away. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Man, what a big difference on that 2-0 pitch. That pitch was just at the knees. That he got a strike call. Now he's able to even the count with a very good fastball on the outside corner. Boy, what a difference maker that pitch was. That called strike on 2-0.
Cervelli at second. 1-0 Brewers here in the bottom of the 8th inning. Broxton deals, and that one misses high. 2-2 the count. Tabata has been up and down every year since he signed that deal between the big league Pirates and AAA. At 28 games in AAA this year. And a swing and a foul tip right into the middle of Lucroy. And Tabata is out. A strikeout for Broxton. 2 outs here in the 7th.
Yeah, that's a nice pitch. That's a real nice pitch. Boy, he got back in the count on that 2-0 pitch. That call that he got. There's that slider. Got the slider down in the dirt, and Tabata just waves at it.
Well, you can circle a number of strikeouts in this game with runners on base, key ones. Nelson got Mercer and Burnett with K's in the 5th with 2 on. And they're going to walk Polanco. Again, Counsell is going to play matchup. This is a move you wouldn't even consider last year with Josh Harrison having an all-star season, but he's a different hitter this year.
Harrison more of a contact hitter than Polanco. Polanco's going to strike out. He struck out a couple of times tonight. Yeah, Craig Counsell, that's one of the major differences with Counsell now. He is not afraid to go with a intentional walk. That wasn't the case before, not with Ron Renicky.
It's a second intentional walk, second in as many innings. Last inning he walked Alvarez. And I think Counsell, you know, he feels like he's got to manage his way right now with Will Smith on the suspended list. Counsell's on his way out after the intentional walk. And let's see what he's got in mind here. There is activity in the bullpen. And Counsell just wanted to talk a little game plan. Those are the splits for Broxton. And you can understand why Counsell would want to make that move. But if he's got Will Smith in his arsenal,
yeah,
this is the spot where you'd use him, and you probably wouldn't see a walk to Alvarez or Polanco.
Well, I did have Kotz warming up in the bullpen, and I thought that that's what he was warming up for, to get to Polanco.
Will Smith's suspension ends Wednesday after the game, so he'll be available Thursday in Milwaukee.
Always dangerous to walk the go-ahead run late in the game. And Polanco has terrific speed.
Josh Harrison at the plate. Swings at the first pitch, fouls it off. The Pirates have 5 strikeouts with runners in scoring position.
Yeah. And they have been pretty good in those spots this year, at least lately anyway. 0 for 9 now with runners in scoring position are the Pirates.
Broxton trying to work through the 7th. 2 on, 2 out. Tying run at second base. Harrison a swing and a miss. Chased one.
And you start scuffling and you start getting a little over anxious and swinging pitches out of the strike zone. Now Broxton doesn't have to be throwing strikes for a couple of pitches. Get him to chase, maybe another high fastball, slider in the dirt.
See what he does. No balls, 2 strikes. And a fastball swung on and missed. Broxton strikes out Harrison. 0 for 10 with runners in scoring position for the Pirates. 6 strikeouts. The rain falling in Pittsburgh all night long. Tarp crew, grounds crew, they put in the long hours today. The lone run of the game, Gene Segura driving in Aramis Ramirez on a ground out. Ramirez had started the inning with a single. Jimmy Nelson was terrific. 6 shutout innings, got out of 3 big jams with big strikeouts. Nelson in line for the win. We are in another rain delay. Just as we finish that inning, the Tarp crew back at work, rolling the tarp back out. They cover the field, And we are going to stop down once again. 9:54, the official time of the start of the delay. And the rain continues to fall. And so, Rock, our second rain delay. Now, if they are unable to come back and finish this game, there will be no pickup of this game. It is an official game, and it's over.
Yeah, it's an official game, and you know, the Brewers will pick up a victory. Now, this is about the time where they're talking about the heavy rains, and this is where the heavy stuff's going to start coming down around 10 o'clock Eastern. But the Brewers certainly making the pitches when they have needed them most. My goodness, it's been a lot of fun to watch. You know, Jimmy Nelson able to get himself out of trouble a couple of different times, and Broxton again, a couple of walks. Pirates 0 for 10 with runners in scoring position, and most of those outs have been strikeouts tonight.
Now Broxton with a big effort there, striking out Josh Harrison. 2 Ks in the inning for Jonathan Broxton. Putting up a scoreless 7th inning. Council's used a couple of intentional walks, and both have paid off. So we will wait this one out. The Brewers in a good position with a 1-0 lead. And hopefully this one will pass quickly too. But this is the storm that they've been expecting tonight. They thought it hit around 10 o'clock, and it's been raining steadily all night. But the one that packs the punch is imminent, apparently. So we will take a timeout. We'll check in with our guys in the studio, Jeff Grayson and Davey Nelson. We are in another rain delay, the second rain delay of the night. The Brewers lead it 1-0, top of the 8th. caught up here. Our game summary. The rain falling hard most of the game, and then it was a little testy. Great job, great work by the grounds crew here in Pittsburgh. We give them a lot of credit, a lot of praise. They deserve it. They're probably back in their quarters just laying on the floor right now. They're completely gassed. The only run of the game was this Gene Segura ground out, driving in a Ramos Ramirez. That was back in the 5th inning. Jimmy Nelson pitched the first 6 innings of this game, was outstanding. 3 different innings, stranded 2 base runners, and then Broxton came on to work the 7th right before the last delay. As a matter of fact, just as he got that last out, striking out Josh Harrison, they pulled the tarp at 9:54 Eastern time, and this will be the first action since that point. But the Brewers have gotten fantastic pitching tonight from Jimmy Nelson and Jonathan Broxton, and the Pirates have had their chances.
Yeah, just about every inning since the 3rd inning, they've had men on base and multiple runners in scoring position. The Pirates tonight 0 for 10 with runners in scoring position, and that has been a strong point for their ball club, coming up big in most of those opportunities. As Antonio Bastardo, the former Philadelphia Philly, on for the 20th time. A .450 earned run average for the left-hander Antonio Bastardo, one of 2 lefties in that Pirates bullpen. Tony Watson the other.
Well, right now, Jimmy Nelson in line for the win if the Brewers can get to the finish line. A.J. Burnett, he pitched well, 7 innings, just the 1 earned run, but he's on the hook for the loss. Brewers are trying to snap a 6-game winning streak for A.J. Burnett and cool off a very hot club, but a lot of baseball to be played yet. Jeremy Jeffress looks like he'll have the 8th inning.
It's amazing that neither pitcher, Nelson, Burnett, and even the relievers, were not affected really by the rain too much. They were able to continue, and we're going to have 2 new relievers in the game after that very long rain delay.
All right, so looks like it's going to be about an hour and 45-minute rain delay here, and we are ready to play ball. Listen to this crowd as we get started. So 1 hour 45 minutes on the nose. 9:54 to 11:39 was the delay. If you're keeping the rain delay chart tonight, 1:45 for the second delay, 28 minutes for the first delay. There's room on your scorecard for that, I think. 0-2 to Sardinius.
There's been about as much rain delay time as there has been game time tonight.
That's true. I think there may have been more rain delay time. As Sardinius lifts one in the air to shallow left, coming in is Polanco, and there's out number 1. So Sardinius is out. Top of the order now, Carlos Gomez, and the Brewers prepared to try to add to it. Those folks have been here the whole time. They're standing in the rain. They're having a great time. No ponchos necessary. Way to go, folks. And they're making the most noise of anyone in the ballpark. Here's Carlos Gomez now. And Gomez swinging away at the first pitch. Brewers have made their 3 draft picks. They've closed the doors on the first round tonight. Trent Clark was the first pick for the Brewers. Kid out of Richland Hills, Texas, a high schooler.
Yeah, the Brewers didn't expect him to be available when they came around to the Brewers pick, number 15.
Nathan Kirby was the second Brewers pick. That was the 40th overall pick, supplemental round, competitive balance round they call it. And then Cody Ponce out of Poly Pomona, another second rounder. The kid Nathan Kirby, a left-hander from Virginia, he's had some arm problems, which is why he dropped in the draft, but many felt he was a top 10 pick had he been healthy. So maybe the Brewers okay with the medicals and feel like they may have gotten a steal tonight. So Ray Montgomery in his first draft, first round in the books. Just a light rain falling. That's nothing. We don't even acknowledge that rain.
It's never going to stop.
She's hanging tough. She's going to see this one till the end. She's going to dream this one till the end. There's a base hit. Gomez with a single to left. His first hit of the night. One for 4 is Gomez. Brewers needing as much insurance as they can get. Pirates have been playing great baseball. They've been a hot team. 5-1 in June.
And they've won 7 of 10. And they've been red hot because of their pitching, and that held up tonight. A.J. Burnett, 1 run in 7 innings. But Jimmy Nelson just a little bit better.
Bastardo with Gomez at first. Lucroy at the plate. Might not be the best track to try to steal a base. There's a lot of diamond dry on the surface. It's wet, thick.
It's clumped up in the cleats, and that makes it even tougher to run.
Tell you what, though, there's nothing like these big league fields, though. They are amazing how they drain water, and all the rain that came down on this field, and you'd hardly know it.
Even on the warning tracks.
Some high-tech drainage systems. Jonathan Lucroy is in our Powerball home run count. The Brewers have 55 homers. Lucroy hit his first in Minnesota. Gene Segura has 3 homers. Ryan Braun is 6th in the league in home runs with 13.
Brewers 5th in the league in home runs.
After a very slow start in April. Lucroy hits it sharply to left, a base hit. So first and second back-to-back singles, Gomez and Lucroy. And the Brewers are threatening with Ryan Braun coming up.
It'd be nice to get some insurance here. I mean, it's been 1-0 for a while. Brewers scored a single run in the 5th inning. And they're going to stick with Bastardo because got Adam Lind on deck. Actually, nobody getting loose in that Pirates bullpen, so this is Bastardo's inning.
All right, so Braun will bat. He doubled in the first inning. That was the first Brewers hit. The Brewers have 7 hits. They've out hit the Pirates 7-4. 2 on, 1 out. 1-0 Milwaukee. Coming off of a 1 hour and 45-minute rain delay. Oh for 16 with runners in scoring position. The Pirates are 0 for 10 with 6 strikeouts.
Yeah, but one of the outs the Brewers made scored a run. That was a Segura ground ball in the 5th.
We've already seen 2 1-0 games on this road trip. The Brewers were shut out yesterday 2-0. They've lost a 1-0 game. They have won 2 1-0 games. Beat the White Sox and the Cardinals 1-0. Feel like those are pretty rare, but we're seeing a lot of them here lately. Another pickoff play. It's an empty stadium. Some of the diehards have remained, and they always provide some very colorful commentary and reactions. It's going to be fun this time of night. If you've made it through all the rain, there's usually some entertainment value in games like this. Braun takes the ball low.
Yeah, I guess you deserve to speak your mind, right? As long as you're not nasty about it.
Because you can hear everything.
Got the stadium to yourself.
Hanging out with good friends and family and got a story to tell. She's like, we could go now. He said, no way, we're staying. They got a maid up there. They've been undercover. Braun takes off the plate. 2 balls and a strike.
Yeah, the starter doesn't throw all that hard. He's got decent movement going away from Braun. He'll throw a change-up and a slider. I'm trying to keep the baseball away from Ryan in this at-bat.
2 hits against him in his 2 at-bats, including a homer.
He's got great power to the opposite field, and he's probably going to have to do it if he's going to hit a homer.
And a swing and a miss. 94 with a fastball. Got him riled up a little bit. It's so empty and quiet in the stadium that you can hear the radio call of the Pirates radio broadcast that's throughout the concourses, echoing through. Two and two the count. And Gomez takes off. Braun fouls it away.
They had it stolen. They forgot all about him. And Brony's been swinging the pitches out of the strike zone. I don't think Bastardo's thrown him a strike yet. No chance for Cervelli on that.
Two and two to Braun. Need a new group of baseballs here. Baseballs don't hang around conditions like this. Where else would you rather be? 2 and 2, 2 on. And Braun fouls it back. Not a good swing.
Yep, everything's away to Braun here. The first pitch that Bastardo's thrown him that has been in the strike zone.
It's up there somewhere. You got plenty of time. There's no competition. Look at the usher, just like, it's right there. I'll get it for you, sir. I don't think bending down was going to be a problem. I think getting back up was going to be the problem.
Yeah, for a lot of us.
Pitch number 7 of the at-bat. Yeah, Braun hanging tough. He's got some good swings going. Just can't center it up.
Yeah, good one to hit right there. Well, you sit around that clubhouse for an hour and 45 minutes and expected to, attack a fastball in the mid-90s. Takes you a while to loosen up.
Do it again. Another 2-2 coming. And Bastardo steps off. And that gets by Cervelli. But only one of the runners will advance. Lucroy stayed put. Gomez advances.
That's a big play. And double play still in order. Not sure why Lucroy didn't take off to second base.
A wild pitch to get Gomez to third. Now he's there with 1 out. Pirates still have a double play opportunity in order. So that changes things a little bit. Pirates will concede the run. They're going to try to turn 2 here as Braun fouls another one off. What an at-bat by Ryan Braun here.
Yeah, making it work. It's going to be a 10-pitch at-bat for Braun. Got to be able to put it in play somehow. Got terrific speed at third base.
You see Bastardo, everything is away. Ryan Braun has a .378 batting average with runners in scoring position. That is the best mark on the club. Got a chance to add to the Brewers' lead here. It's been 1-0 since the 5th. Full count. 1st and 3rd, and Braun swings and fouls it off. Bastardo can't shake him.
Been some close pitches on the outer edges of the strike zone that Braun's been able to get a piece of, waiting for a mistake. He's had some pitches to hit in this at bat, has not been able to square it up.
Another 3-2 pitch. Braun fouls another one off. Man, this is something right here. He's going to see at least 12. Do it again. Another payoff pitch. And Braun shoots one through for a base hit. Gomez will score. A well-earned RBI single for Ryan Braun.
Boy, nobody does that any better than Ryan Braun. He takes that fastball away, up and away, and hits it hard in the hole between 1st and 2nd.
2-0 Brewers.
Yeah, did a very good job. I mean, sticking to the plan. Bastardo continued to pitch him away, and Braun able to center on that one and driving a big run. So the wild pitch coming up big for Milwaukee. You see Braun a pump of the fist, and that's a Badger Mutual Insurance run of the game. A big RBI single by Ryan Braun here in the 8th.
A great acknowledgement from the Brewers bench as well. They're all into it. And appreciate that effort there as a mound visit from Ray Searage, the Pirate pitching coach.
These are character builders right here. You win these kind of games. I mean, it gives you a lot of confidence going forward.
That is RBI number 40 for Ryan Braun. He's in the top 5 in the league in that category. Ups his club high batting average with runners in scoring position as well. He's up around 400 with runners in scoring position. 2 hits tonight. And it is 1st and 2nd with 1 out for Adam Lind.
Just did such a good job just sticking to the plan, not trying to do too much with it. Able to find the hole.
In there for a strike. 1-1 the count on Lind, who is 0 for 3 today. Having a nice year at the plate. Came in batting .290. He's been a streaky hitter for the Brewers this year. He's got a couple of men on base trying to deliver. Brewers finally have a left-handed power hitter that makes you start thinking about the Allegheny River.
Yeah, look at Polanco. Look how much he's playing the line against Lind, giving him a lot of room in the gap. Expecting to hit him right down the left field line.
2-1 the count. And it misses away. 3 balls and a strike. Pirates do have activity in their bullpen. And you figure if Bastardo can't retire Adam Lind, a lefty-lefty matchup, this would be it for him. 2 on, 1 out. And Lind fouls it back. Had a good cut. That is Rob Scahill loosening in the Pittsburgh bullpen, the sinker baller. Bastardo's throwing a ton of pitches. After a 1 hour 45 minute rain delay, Still playing here on the top of the 8th. 3 consecutive hits.
Hasn't thrown much else other than a fastball in this appearance so far. Next pitch is going to be number 30. Amazing for a reliever. It's a lot of pitches. Who wants it?
Give it to the lady. Lind hits that one hard. Center field. Marte going back. And he's got it for the out. Lucroy will tag. And we'll end up at third base.
Just about anywhere but here, particularly on a night like this. Wow, did Lind hit that baseball? Nothing to show for it. One of the hardest hit balls of the night, and Adam Lind, that's a big hang with him right there. Check this out. It's good contact. I think he thought he got it, but you know, the way Marte able to go back, he could cover a lot of ground out there and barely on the warning track. Not here, not tonight.
That's a home run in a lot of parks, but not this one. Bastardo is out. Pitching change here in the 8th. Brewers lead 2-0. They'll have him at the corners with the new hurler coming in. They love it. The one in the middle is not quite all in, but the two around them, they're making it worth it.
She's just moving to stay warm.
Rob Scahill will come on the pitch. He's put up great numbers when he's had his chance on the mound. And he is going to take over with 2 outs here in the 8th inning and runners at the corners.
Yeah, last pitched on Wednesday, a third of an inning against the Giants in San Francisco. 1-1 and a 183 earned run average for the sinker bowler Rob Scahill.
Shane Peterson will bat here. And he swings and fouls it off.
Craig Counsell looking to empty his bench. You figure Hector Gomez is going to come in and play third base.
They had Hernan Perez in the game in this spot in the order. Perez had pinch run for Ramos Ramirez. This is the third player to occupy this spot. Lucroy at third. Braun over at first, and Peterson takes a ball.
Rushes it up there pretty good. 95 with that last fastball.
With Sink, when he's right, he's a ground ball pitcher. Rob Scahill. And Braun, that's close. Ryan almost picked off.
He might have been thinking about stealing a base. A little bit of a wet track. You might not be able to get back as quickly as you'd like.
Two balls and a strike. Peterson trying to deliver another one. Swing and a miss. Had a big cut. Peterson was swinging the bat very well at AAA Colorado Springs. One of the reasons why they promoted him. Called him up Wednesday. He's been here less than a week. Been in 4 games now. His 3 previous games were starts. He got 2 starts in left field when Ryan Braun was out back in Los Angeles. And then he started the game at the designated hitter spot in Minnesota. So he's had some regular at-bats. Full count. First and third, a run is in for the Brewers. And Peterson takes a call at strike 3. Inning over. Scahill gets the job done, but the Brewers score and they lead 2-0.
Park and just past midnight here, but we're going to look ahead to tomorrow night's game. The Miller Lite What's on Tap. It'll be the debut of Taylor Youngman. He'll face the Pirates lefty Francisco Liriano, and Youngman came up and joined the team from today from AAA Colorado Springs. Spoke with us a little bit about pitching in Colorado, his start to the season, also coming up and making his debut here. So he was really excited to be here with the team. He's very much looking forward to making his start and represent your hometown, BA, Georgetown, Texas, along with his buddy Corey Knable. So you'll hear from Youngman tomorrow on Brewers Live pregame, but Craig Counsell says, you know, he's been pitching really well lately. He's a ground ball pitcher, good curveball. He's got the weapons to get big league out, so they're very much looking forward to seeing his debut tomorrow. That'll be the 3rd debut of the season for the Brewers.
All right, thanks, Sophia. A former first-rounder, Taylor Youngman. Here's Jeremy Jeffress, another former first-rounder. And he now has the 8th inning for the Brewers, and he'll take over in this 8th with a 2-0 Milwaukee lead.
Outstanding work by Jeremy Jeffress on Friday against the Twins. He picked up a win, his 2nd of the year. 2 scoreless innings. Outstanding work.
He was so good that day that Counsell, instead of playing matchup and 1 inning at a time for his relievers, which he typically does, said there's no reason to make a pitching change in Minnesota. He just stuck with him, and Jeffress proved the manager correct. That run the Brewers scored means a lot, though. Milwaukee now with a 2-run cushion. Hector Gomez will take over and play third base. He is the third baseman used by the Brewers tonight. Ramos Ramirez, Hernan Perez, and now Gomez. 2 balls, no strikes. Walker turns it around, and it's through for a base hit. And a man on for the Pirates. Neil Walker has 3 hits today.
Yes, he does, and every one of them have been hit pretty well except for the first. Switch hitter, having a good season.
The Parrot came to play. He's going with his A-list outfit. Is that the skinny parrot or the fat parrot?
I don't know. Not real thin anyway.
He's going with the Elvis theme. All right, here's Starling Marte. Marte's hit the ball on the ground twice. Segura made a fine play on him in the second. It was about 8 hours ago, and then he grounded into a double play in the fourth. Ground ball. Segura's there, flips it. Sardinia's thrown to first. Not in time. Another terrific play by Segura.
Yeah, those two guys have been working pretty well together out there. Sardinia is doing a nice job turning that double play. Very awkward the way Segura had to go up the middle. Check it out. I mean, a backhand flip. And this is not normally how a second baseman has to deal with that. He's blind. So Walker coming into him and able to make a pretty good throw and a good pick by Lind. But Marte able to beat it.
Yeah, put yourself in the position of Sardinius waiting for that toss. You don't know where it's going to be. You got a runner coming in on you that is trying to break up a double play.
He hanging right in there. He looks good at second base.
So the first out of the inning. And here is Pedro Alvarez.
Hasn't really played that much at second base, Sardinia. Done a nice job so far.
Played there last year with the Rangers when they called him up, but he's a shortstop by trade. And he hardly played second base or anything other than shortstop earlier this year in AAA. It's only been in the last couple of weeks that he's been out at second. Jeffers doesn't quite look like himself tonight. Not sure what it is. Could be the delay.
I don't think any of the players do, really.
Yeah, that's true.
It's kind of one of those nights. It's kind of gets you off a little bit.
He's throwing hard, doesn't have quite the movement. That one had some movement. And a big cut and a miss by Alvarez. That's his best fastball he's thrown.
You're sitting at clubhouse for an hour and 40 minutes. You're sitting there wondering if you're going to start up again. And you're trying to keep your focus, but it's near impossible to do that for that long. Got to figure out a way to do it, though. This is the big leagues.
Dangerous hitter at the plate. Could tie this game up quickly. 1-2, and a swing and a miss. He struck him out. He went upstairs with it. Alvarez caves. 2 outs in the inning.
That strikeout ability for Jeremy Jeffress. A couple of different pitches that he'll give you to strike you out. Here's a high fastball and right at the top edge of the strike zone on the corner, and he gets Alvarez on strikes. Blew it right by him.
Jung Ho Gung with a runner at first. Gung got the start at third base tonight. He's been playing a little shortstop as well. The Pirates have 10 strikeouts as an offense tonight. Gung struck out back in the second. 2 outs in the inning. 2-0 Brewers. Just added to their lead in the top of the 8th. And it's quickly a ball and a strike. Plenty of time, son. Oh no, never mind. More competition than I thought. Foul balls for everyone tonight. One ball, one strike. 2-1. Fairly light schedule in the big leagues tonight, just 8 games. Most everything is final except the Diamondbacks Dodgers in Los Angeles. 2-1, down and away. 3 balls and a strike on Gung. Francisco Cervelli due next. Jeffress trying to get the Brewers to the 9th with a 2-0 lead. Got some wheels at first in Marte. Brewers are playing very deep in the outfield. And a swing and a foul late on a fastball.
On a 3-1 pitch. That's how much movement and velocity to get from Jeremy Jeffress. They play the outfield deep. I mean, the only thing that could score a run is something in the gaps over their heads. They play no doubles.
Jeffress certainly found another gear somewhere along the way after that base hit by Walker.
They woke him up.
3-2 the count. Runner's going to start with the pitch. Marte goes. Gung sends one in the air. Playable for Ryan Braun. And with the light rain coming down, Braun makes the play, and Jeremy Jeffress gets a standing ovation from the Brewers fans that are still here. To the 9th we go. Yeah, that's worth a chuckle right there. That reminds me of the, those blow up things in front of the car washes.
Yeah, right. Yep.
I don't know if that has an official name, but
those things kind of freak me out, actually.
Here we go to the 9th. 2-0 Brewers. Gerardo Parra will lead off. Takes a strike from Scahill. Scahill got out of a first and third jam. In the 8th inning, the Brewers did score. Ryan Braun with an RBI single. 2 runs tonight. Segura and Braun with the ribbies. Parra has 2 hits tonight. He doubled in the 5th. That was a key hit for the Brewers way back in the 5th inning before the rain delay. That pushed Aramis Ramirez to third base, and then Segura was able to drive him in the first run. Parra strikes out.
Yeah, back-to-back strikeouts for Scahill. For a guy that is known as a sinker baller, he's certainly bringing the heat tonight. A good velocity got Parra on a high fastball.
So here is Segura. He's got a 10-game hitting streak on the line. 0 for 3, but he does have an RBI. He's had a number of terrific defensive plays tonight. Showed bunt and takes ball 1. In there, 1-2 the count on Segura. Ed Cedars being stalked by the Parrot. Very similar profiles, as a matter of fact. Eddie and the Parrot. Huh? I mean,
yeah, it is.
That's about as close as it gets. Segura on the ground to Jordy Mercer, and he'll make the play for the out, and Segura's hit streak in jeopardy. So 2 away, and here comes Hector Gomez batting for the first time. Two outs for Hector, and he goes. Looking ahead to the Pirate 9th. They'll be here for it. Cervelli, Mercer, and then the pitcher spot. Might we see McCutchen? Not playing today, not in the starting lineup with a little tightness in the knee. 0-2 the count.
He's waiting in the wings for sure, and he's always had good success against Milwaukee.
It would be risky. Now you know who will have the 9th for the Brew Crew. Frankie Rodriguez is ready to roll. There's a strikeout. Cervelli will secure it at first, and that is the inning. So 4 outs for Scahill. He strikes out 3, and now it's Francisco Rodriguez coming in. By Potawatomi Hotel and Casino. Book your stay now. They are hoping for a rally here in Pittsburgh. Those who have remained. The Brewers trying to close the door on the Pirates. They are 1-5 against Pittsburgh this year. And they'll give the ball to Francisco Rodriguez, looking for his 11th save of the season. He's got a 2-run lead to work with.
Yeah, he's tied for 9th on the all-time Major League saves list. He's tied with Troy Percival. He's got 358, looking for 359 tonight. He got a save on Saturday at Minnesota, and not save number 10. Tossed a scoreless inning in doing so.
So Broxton goes a scoreless 7th, Jeffress a scoreless 8th, and now K-Rod. He'll face Francisco Cervelli to start the inning. In there for a strike. Starts him with a fastball. That's about where Rodriguez's fastball has been all year. It's right there in that 89, 90 mile an hour range. He doesn't have that big 95 plus mile an hour fastball. He's completely changed his game, his approach on the mound. Instead of fastball slider like he was when he was younger during his record setting season. Now Cervelli is able to check his swing. He's now fastball located and changeup.
Changeup, curveball, and really locating his fastball very well in the early going this year. Putting it on the corners, keeping it down.
Swing and a miss.
There's the old equalizer right there, that changeup.
1 ball, 2 strikes a count.
All arms and legs, and just chokes the speed off of it. Looks like a fastball out of the hand, and most of the time guys are going to be way out in front of it.
Feels like he's been around forever, K-Rod. He's just 33 years of age. His first year in the big leagues was 2002. He is still the major league record holder for saves in a single season. 62 saves in 08. That was as a member of the Angels. Signed a 2-year deal with the Brewers. Two and two the count on Cervelli. Got him. K-Rod strikes him out. Went to his signature pitch.
They have 2 change-ups in that sequence. Cervelli swung through both of them. You just can't tell if it's a change-up or a fastball until it's too late. That one had some good depth to it. The first one was a straight change, and that one went down and in.
It's amazing to watch him work and to see how he's changed his style so much, reinventing himself to prolong his career. And it looked like he might not get a chance to close anymore. Remember, he was traded to the Brewers in 2011 to be the setup man, which was news to Francisco Rodriguez once he arrived. At the time, setting up for John Axford, part of that division-winning team. 1 ball, 1 strike to count. Jordy Mercer at the plate. Have a pinch hitter coming up next. And Hurdle has Sean Rodriguez in that spot right now. On the ground, played by Gomez. And a good throw for the out. 2 up, 2 down.
That's some kind of arm, that Hector Gomez. I thought that ball was going to be in the 3rd row of the seats. That ball came out hot, but Adam Lind able to handle it and keep the foot on the bag.
It definitely had some finishing kick to it.
Flat-footed, that young man has as good an arm as anybody.
Two gone. Here's Sean Rodriguez pinch hitting. Brewers are an out away from their second 1-0 win on this road trip. Beg your pardon. 2-0. Their second shutout of this road trip. Shutting out the Cardinals 1 week ago. In there for a strike, and it's 0-2 on Sean Rodriguez. He did not like the call. We'll do it again tomorrow. Taylor Youngman's going to make his major league debut tomorrow for the Brewers.
Do it again today.
Oh, good point. Excellent point. We have crossed over the witching hour here in the Eastern time zone.
Yeah, Eastern time zone. I guess folks back in Milwaukee is going to be tomorrow. My mistake. I apologize.
No, you're correct.
Both right.
No need to apologize. Strong analysis tonight. All 5 hours, even in the rain delays.
Some of my best work.
Here's the 1-2. And it's down and out.
Stuff doesn't make air.
Speaking of, Pete Vukovich was here tonight. I don't know if he's still here or not, but we saw him earlier scouting with the Mariners now. Speaking of stuff that can't make air, I mean. There's a swing and a miss and a strikeout to end the game. Francisco Rodriguez comes on and shuts the door on the Pirates. Picks up his 11th save in as many tries, and the Brewers fans having some fun. They hung in there all 5 hours, rewarded with a victory. That was a hard-earned win tonight for the Brew Crew. Tip our hat to the Pirates grounds crew. They are the stars of this game. And the Brewers are shaking hands. They are now 4-3 on this road trip with 2 to play. It's time for Jeff Grayson. He's been waiting to give you Brewers Live all night long, and now it's his chance. Jeff, take it away.